was. Oh, honey, it's a fucked up world. Can't you see the fun in that? Somebody better hold me back. My God, just do it. I'm so done thinking through it. 'Cause I got bruises, doing something stupid. Oh, honey, it's a fucked up world. You can bet your life on that. Somebody better hold me back. My God, just do it. I'm so done thinking through it. 'Cause I got bruises, doing something stupid. Oh, honey, it's a fucked up world. Can't you see the fun in that? Somebody better hold me back. Oh, baby, that was quite a punch. Can somebody check my pulse? It's been a minute since I tasted blood. I forgot how good this was. Oh, honey, it's a fucked up world. Can't you see the fun in that? Somebody better hold me back. My God, just do it. I'm so done thinking through it. 'Cause I got bruises, doing something stupid. Oh, honey, it's a fucked up world. You can bet your life on that. Somebody better hold me back. My God, just do it. I'm so done thinking through it. 'Cause I got bruises, doing something stupid. Oh, honey, it's a fucked up world. Can't you see the fun in that? Somebody better hold me back. With extra time, I'd like to think I would've done this better. The fact that I could ever fail never crossed my mind. Somewhere out there, hear my demons screaming, I will never. I think I just crossed that line. I'm kinda done with hanging out in bottle service. You confuse me, yeah, you use me, but that's just as well. Hungry people trying to break me make me kinda nervous. Just goes to show that you never can tell. Does everybody live in a dreamland? Is this dreamland all that we know? Swallowing us up in an avalanche and blurring these lines with smoke. They tell me that I should be a real man, but the only thing that I know is that I'll find my way out of this wasteland. 'Cause this wasteland ain't home. With extra time, I could have made up better words and letters. Pale shadows of my heroes help me rule the night. Somewhere out there, hear my people screaming, do it better. I'm just an echo of the things I like. I'm tired of never feeling like I'll serve a purpose. Snow on mirrors, future killers, yeah, just be yourselves. Hungry people always stressing, yes, and never surface. Just goes to show that you never can tell. Does everybody live in a dreamland? Is this dreamland all that we know? Swallowing us up in an avalanche and blurring these lines with smoke. They tell me that I should be a real man, but the only thing that I know is that I'll find my way out of this wasteland. 'Cause this wasteland ain't home. no one cares if we go. I stumble over to a policeman. He says, son, you better get back home. And everybody's laughing at me now, from their faces covered in snow. I'm trying to be the best I can be now. They say make it something we know. Does everybody live in a dreamland? Is this dreamland all that we know? Swallowing us up in an avalanche and blurring these lines with smoke. They tell me that I should be a real man, but my pride will be the first thing to go. I gotta get out of this wasteland, 'cause this wasteland ain't
Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck.
I wish you guys a wonderful good morning. Everyone watching on Kick, I wish you a wonderful good morning. Everyone watching on YouTube, a wonderful good morning. No one is watching on Facebook anymore because I'm not streaming to Facebook anymore, and on Twitch. Yo, Existence, how are you doing? Happy Monday, I wish ya. God, is my stream dead? Okay, I made a move yesterday over from OBS to back to Streamlabs OBS and try multi-streaming from here now. Hopefully at least the Twitch bot is not gonna be fucked anymore. YouTube is just wild. There's nothing I can do about that. The YouTube thing is just wild. The headless horseman mark, a good relation. Yeah. Only issue that I have now is also that I don't have a multi-chat, so I don't really see YouTube chat or the Kick chat. And I gotta find a solution for that for sure. Yeah, Italy, I wish you a wonderful good morning. At least, like, I wish that Chatterino would support different platforms, though. I wish. Yo, Eddie! On YouTube, how are you doing? Sorry. Now I have all chats open. There you go. You need more screens? That is for sure that I need more screens, but... I wish I had just, like, again, one chat program that shows me all chats. Hey. Multi-streaming is weird. At least, like, now I see the chats from everywhere. Eddie is good? Hell yeah. Italy, how are you doing? Existence, how are you doing? Sorry for saying Eddie, that's me having my German pronunciation. I showed you yesterday on Twitter, not on Twitter, on Discord, how wild YouTube streaming is. Look how many emails I got yesterday by YouTube. A copyright claim was created for your live stream. That's not even all of them. That's all I could fit on one screen, though. Got my account back, so now I can comment. What are you guys doing that you guys are losing your account? That's kind of wild. That Superman thing looks like an 8-pack with huge boobs. That's true. No, I just gotta find some no copyright liquid DMB for today. That's what I feel like I need to do. No copyright liquid drum and bass. Uh-oh. Especially with the Twitch logo. Oh god, it can only be bad, right? Oh no, it's actually not bad. Okay, let them cook. Okay. I'm just still not a fan of Streamlabs OBS though. I just really don't like it. But I think it's for now a better solution. Since you can now multi-stream and Twitch allows it, I think there's going to be a huge new market happening. Like at least Streamlabs is going to be selling a lot of like ultra subscriptions. Restream.io will sell way more. I don't think that any of them are working out as you wanted to. I do think that Streamlabs is definitely further progressed than Restream.io, but none of them are doing it a great job. I burned my laptop so I can't play WoW. I haven't played in 5 months, but buying a new PC in free to... Ooh. Buying a new PC is always fun. New stuff is always cool. You want to do Dubai and get what? What? Yeah, I mean, I would go to Dubai and get pooped on. Just let me know how much. The question is not if, but the question is how much. Can Meisen please still stop? Finally, please. So many. Every day. This goes on for like now 2 weeks, right? At least. 19 days. It's almost 3 weeks. Every single day he's sending mail. Is this like every day something different, or is it just like... Coming back to stress the hell out of you in dungeons? Actually, like, I'd rather be stressed by you in dungeons than having no one to play with. To be honest, I think that's the best thing that can happen. Can't be that wild. It can't be more wild than random people. That's all I'm saying. But random people are wild. And you do all the quests, you never get more bags? Yeah, hell no. That is not gonna happen. Nope. Nope. Alright, I'm taking a day off tomorrow. I will be doing some cleaning in my room. I'm gonna be moving some things around. I'm gonna be rearranging my room once again. I'm gonna be undusting my PC, because especially as a smoker, that's kind of nasty. And I will be putting... Now comes the quality of life. I will be putting my PC in a different room. So I can just, yeah. I never have to deal with my PC in my room anymore. It's better for the dust, and it's better for the heat, and better for the sound. Very excited for that. But it's gonna mean I have to drill a big hole between two walls tomorrow. And I don't know if I should get like what is that, an EMF reader? I don't know. Electromagnetic field reader, where the thing that you put against the wall, and the thing tells you there's an electrical line. Don't drill here. I think that's the thing, right? It's an EMF reader. And yeah, I hope that I'm gonna get one until tomorrow, and otherwise I just gonna give it a go. If there's no stream on Wednesday, you know what happened, though. You know what happened. Big Papa coming back. Ah, yeah. I love it when you call me Big Pop. But yeah, that's the thing that I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. So we're gonna be finishing weeklies. I'm no stream on Wednesday. You fucked up. Yeah, if I don't stream on Wednesday, I probably fucked up something. Then we're gonna have an electrician at home. Okay, let's put the copyright music here. Get ready for that. Ready for that. Mr. Bellewer has uploaded the video, and I'm not sure if I really want to look at that. Oh, here's pop-out chat for YouTube. Hell yeah. Okay, now I have like 8 different windows next to each other. Tell me that Kick has the same thing. No, of course not. Especially when you have your window like this. You can't adjust anything. Because Kick, it just sucks. Do you think I really have to put like... that is so bad. If I really had to... have like 3 chat windows open, that's gonna suck. Now I definitely need a new monitor. I 100% need to have a new monitor. Oh boy. I'm rearranging stuff here and there. I don't know. When every time someone says some catchphrase, it reminds me of music. I don't have a good example right now, except for the Big Papa right now. Music is heavily wired in my brain. Ugh. Okay. So, what do we have today? Next month, moving to Frankfurt. Biggest streamer there. Are you sure that there's no other German streamer living in Frankfurt? think Frankfurt is very big. Maybe like someone that we don't know. Even Annie is posting someone today. Annie was... I don't know why Annie is posting a picture of this, right? Phoebe. Chefköchin Phoebus zaubert. No idea who she is, though. Who? Yep, the shithead Belua has uploaded a new video, so we're gonna probably look into that until I just wanna kiss myself afterwards. Yeah, I have too many windows open. This is bad. Yo, Alessio, I wish you a wonderful good morning. How you doing? Oh boy, this is bad. This is really bad. I was talking already about like getting a 4th monitor, but now I need one for sure. Oh boy. What I'm doing right now is rearranging freaking windows. Oh boy. That is bad. Okay, I gotta be careful. I would love to watch A&E, but that is definitely an issue. Kick and Twitch don't care. YouTube cares. We watched Cut and Jubilee, they did not care. Liberals versus conservatives. Ooh. Okay, we're going political today for the intro, as it seems. I don't know, like there's gotta be a, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Antidepressants. Hey, welcome
7 shitheads. Ooh, a lot of shitheads is intro today. Ah, okay. Starting with the first shithead of the day. Okay, actually just second. I was the first one.
back. So, World of Warcraft lore has been through an interesting time. BFA through to now has been more rocky, I think more jarring than most games out there. There's been some pretty wild stuff.
No, this video is light on visuals and may better serve as an audio forward experience instead. What?
Some genuine mistakes, some stuff not working as intended, content being cut.
Belua is telling me that the next 30 minutes is better experience with just audio, no video. Wow. I like it's 15 seconds into the video and I don't want to hear this guy anymore.
That hurting narrative plans, large narrative changes, and the sheer chaos.
Just give me the juice. He's saying, why are people not happy at this WoW dev interview? I have not seen or heard about any WoW developer interview, so that's the news I wanted to get. He's talking about 30 minutes. It's probably longer than the interview itself.
Of Blizzard themselves, which, you know, have had quite a while. So, it is no wonder that when French publication Millennium interviewed WoW's
anyone speaking baguette and can translate that for me?
lead narrative designer and assistant quest lead designer, they focused on these narrative problems. Those answers set part of the WoW discourse alight, and not exactly in
Wait, 2 days ago? Thank you. Wow, head. Of course, I was not reporting about that on Stormfade, because who? Wait, did I? How old is that? Don't tell me Belua is doing an interview video about an interview that is 8 years old. Yeah, wait, no. This was the thumbnail. Huh? How old should that be? There you go. God damn it. So, the question was, how did Alex Strasser figure out Firak was coming for Amirdrasir? At the end of the quest linked to the Dungeon of the Dawn Infinite, Alex Strasser informs us Firak imminent attack on Amirdrasir, and then we must warn Meritra. How can she know when at this point in history everyone was unaware that this... What? This is like, she just knows forehead answer. Blue-eyed blood elves are now canon. Manari paladins might be. Bringing new customizations for playable graces is a great addition to Dragonflight. However, this seems to bring a lot of errors to the NPCs in the game. For example, I have already seen many blood elf guards with blue eyes. Do you manage the implementation of NPC customization to avoid errors? Can we fear that Manari paladins will... Can we fear that Manari paladins will one day be visible by mistake, for example? Yo, I think that Google Translator has critted very hard in this one. I think like we need someone speaking French translating this for us. Because I think like Google Translate critted hard. I am evolving the narrative arc from Cataclysm to Dragonflight. What is that? That's not even a question. Patch 10.2 clearly echoes 4.2 of Cataclysm. Tindral replaces Fundral as leader of the Druids of the Flame, for example. Where do you want to go with such a creative process? Wait, are those questions? Do you think Legacy is about to reproduce the past? Oh, that was the questions. Oh. I'm a dum-dum. Oh, that's it. Oh. It would have been so much easier if they would just like say the question here and the answer here. Okay, I don't want to read that. L reader.
A great way for Blizzard. So what I want to do today is to sort out the big mess, work out what the hell is going on with WoW's narrative, and why did people broadly not seem to accept these answers.
Okay. Mr. Shithead right here that's staring into your eyes like this. I have one question. Who the hell cares? The question is, I have not seen that interview. I have no one seen talking about it. Has any one of you guys seen that interview, that French interview that Blizzard did? As it seems like a week ago. Has anyone seen that? Does anyone know anything about that? No, right? No one has cared. In what world is this guy living that he's saying everyone broadly disagrees with and dislikes that interview? Oh, wait. It's his own shithead community, his own echo chamber. There you go. Dude, 50 seconds of this video, I literally just... Wow, I don't say it. Never mind.
And also, here's to today's sponsor for paying the bills. Boot.down. Pace. Boatload to let the beach cause the situation, but for awesome, and let's get started. Look, I do have a series of damp towels to throw in this whole situation, but first, let's just see things at face value, right? What people are actually reacting to. Here's a question. At the end of 10.15, Alex Strasser informs us of Firak's assault on Amirdrassil. How can she know this when, at this point, everyone was unaware of their plan, right? Unaware of Firak's plan. And on face value, that's a good question. At the time, we just helped Noz.
That is a good question. That is a good question. Oh. How about I'm gonna ask a WoW developer about, can we get more allied races, or do you guys plan to rework Mythic Plus? I think that was a good questions. But okay, Mr. Belua. Obviously, for someone who is not playing the game, that is probably a good question.
Was Dormu, and we dealt with time rifts. And while no dragon NPCs were commenting on it, Firak was of course flying around the Isles burning the whole place down. So here is the developer response, which I've shortened for brevity. there's a cutscene that plays at the end of the dungeon. Nosdormu mentions that he sees only fiery clouds. Alexstrasza simply matches the elements she has in her possession and supposes that these flames can only be Farak, and that he would go for the tree, saying that Marithra should be warned about this threat. Now, there's a bit of a storytelling rule, and that rule is show, don't tell, right? I would like to add, especially, don't tell in an external interview that's not the piece of media you're talking about. But is the question actually a reasonable question? And is the answer from the developer a measured, sort of sane thing? So let's revisit the cinematic and work out what's going on. Nosdormu says, "The clouds in my vision have parted." And then a few seconds later, he says that Iridikron has passed beyond his sight and that all he sees is embers. And of course, that was with this pretty goofy looking animation because, you know, Nosdormu, he's super old. Why is his skin so smooth? I'll never know. But this got memed
Moisturizer.
on, right? The idea
Answer is moisturizing. Make sure you moisturize.
Nosdormu was like, I finally see clearly. I have no idea what's coming, which is a bit weird to many people because he is the bronze dragon, you know, the time dude. How can the time dude not see what's going to happen? Now, of course, Iridikron went through a void gate, and he's doing voidy things. And that's the exact thing that, per the rules of the Warcraft setting, that Nosdormu would actually struggle to see, because that's how void works. So basically what that is some clunky dialogue delivered to players who haven't really been taught how the void works in-game. Now,
No, I think, like, who the fuck saw that cinematic and who the hell cares?
Nosdormu says embers, and as soon as he says that, he gets really startled, and then Alexstrasza cuts in, surmising Iridikron, and then the rest of the group realizes that their big weak spot is Emirdrasil, so they decide to go and warn the Greens. So that's the cinematic, and to be honest, the dev response is actually fairly reasonable. I mean, it is obvious enough of all the things in the Isles. What's the big weak spot? The tree. Oh, he sees embers in the future. Gee, I wonder if that could relate to the big fire dragon. So there you go. GG Blizzard devs, right? The community are stupid. Blizzard, Bobby, where's my paycheck? No, it's not that simple, is it? Because
Dude, especially when he starts giggling, it's like, what the fuck? Okay. We made it 5 minutes into the video. I can't anymore. I'm already done. I can't. I'm just done. No one cared. He is inventing a problem that didn't exist. He's saying that we all have been outrageous about it. We all have been outrageous about the interview. That is just not true. And the storytelling of WoW is wacky. End of story. Okay, let's go a little bit more heavy topics.
Weren't working. We'd been
After each prompt, and conservatives in the undecided group will pick a side after each prompt. Transitioning has become a social media trend.
Absolutely.
What do you mean transitioning? Genders?
Agree. I mean, it is just skyrocketing the amount of children that you see falling into this, and we need to stop it.
Absolutely not. People said the same thing about people coming out being lesbian, gay, or bisexual as it got more normalized, as people became more accepting of like their children and things like that. They're like,
Yeah, okay, a pretty easy answer. Of course, the old guy right there, coming out of a time where he had to serve in Vietnam War, right? Surely he has a different opinion about this, right? I will always remember you guys what Will Smith said. Racism has not become worse, it just gets filmed more. We are nowadays so interconnected with other people across the world that we have never seen or thought about, that we just hear about things way more, right? It's not a social media trend to transition.
they're bisexual as it got more normalized, as people became more accepting of like their children and things like that. They're like,
That is also a thing, yeah. We are now living in a time where we are accepting those things way more. Obviously, again, this old guy right here, being 80 years old, fought in Vietnam War, probably in World War II as well. Obviously, he doesn't remember that. Like, he remembers a different time. But the important thing is, old people suck. Old people suck. That is the issue. the world currently, for our generation, for the younger generation, let's say the people at 30, you can't even become president at this point, right? You need to become the president of the USA. You need to be at least 35 years old. So our time to reign is not yet, right? This guy right here, being 80 years old, living in the standards of World War II, is definitely not appropriate for our time anymore. If you look at big companies, about our lawmakers, they are all old people. A new generation has started, and we should serve that new generation. I'm not trying to say eradicate all old people. I'm saying that, hey, at least remember COVID mortality rate for old people? I mean,
Gay or bisexual, as it got more normalized, as people became more accepting of like their children and things like that, they're like, everybody wants to be gay. Now social media is around, people my age, like we see other trans people, and being aware that that's something that's being accepted by other people makes you more comfortable with yourself and like comfortable with like internalizing that it's okay to be trans in public.
I think you're falling.
so you have like rather old people. I consider myself as an old person as well. You have rather old liberals, old conservatives, and you have kids in the background.
Prey to the survivorship bias, which is just sort of you're overlooking all of the cases of people who either weren't able to come out because they weren't comfortable or safe to do so, or they either died due to suicide or other mental health reasons. But over time, if you look at left-handedness, that
There was a time, especially in the US, where if you were a trans person, it was safer for you to join the army and get flown to Afghanistan and fight in a war than living in the US. Yeah, that is bad. That is bad because people care too much what their neighbors are doing, right? Like if you start like, oh, my neighbor is that gender, I'm gonna hate him now and gonna like try to murder him right now because of that, then you have like way too less things to worry yourself about, right? You have no hobbies if you care about what your neighbor is doing. And it's so funny, like they're trying to argue right now against an old guy who is just a transphobe. Easy as that. Right? He forgets the time in Second World War when he was fighting in Normandy. He forgets those times when he and his mates fighting for his life, thinking that they're never coming back again, and he got pegged by his teammate. Right? Because it could have been the last time. He forgets about that time, huh?
they weren't able to suicide at a similar rate as people became more accepting to it.
I reject that, but
Let me ask you something.
He's like, no, I reject that. I just hate trans people. He's like, yep, no, I just hate them.
If that's the case, if more people are transitioning simply because...
Okay, Sarah, okay, Karen, I call the manager. The dude in the next second here. Good job, Sarah.
It's more acceptable, then how can your side also say that there's a trans genocide happening? Those are completely opposite. No, I know you didn't, but the people,
Wow. Wow. Yeah, no one has talked about a trans genocide right now. What the fuck? You cannot deny the fact that it is not a safe world for gay people or trans people to exist in. What the fuck? You can't. But we're not talking about like we are currently purging them. We're not in Russia. The fuck?
liberals say that all the time. They're saying that there's a trans genocide for some reason. So I'm just curious as to how you would square that circle.
Can we define what the trans genocide, I guess, narrative is as raised by her?
I would like her to answer that because she's the one that brought it up.
Yeah, because so we hear people saying simply because legislation is being passed across the country that is banning minors from being able to.
I mean, she might be a man though, right? I don't know. I'm not the only one thinking that, but
transition, that automatically means that those children would commit suicide. And that is simply an abusive statement in of itself.
Statistically, a lot of minors who aren't able to transition, who would like to, do end up.
Why don't we have
That's
this?
not true.
Why don't we
It's
have
simply
this?
not true.
Why don't we have
the guy in the back is like, that is not true. I just hate them. Right? Like, he's like, wait, my hate against them is causing... No, I don't want to believe that. I just hate them. He's like, this guy in the back.
the same
Science is not
suicide rates in the past that if that was the case?
How could we?
I do think that the kids in the back, they're sitting there as like, dude, we just don't care. We just live our life. We just like don't care who is doing what in their free time. Let's have some fun all together. While you have old people in the front debating about these topics. Dude, we need to stop having old people. Like, the concept of old people needs to be updated. I don't know.
How could we have known that the people who were committing suicide were transgender if they didn't feel safe to come out?
When you look at like members of each generation that identify as LGBTQ or in that community, it's like less than 2%. And then for some reason, as soon as we get to Generation Z, it's 20%. Now, some of you may argue, okay, this is just because it's more open, it's more accepting now, everyone, it's okay to be that. But then in the same beat, you guys will say that if you don't accept them, they're more likely to commit suicide or something. But it kind of sounds like a double-edged sword.
So that didn't sound double-edged to me. It sounded pretty accurate. Like, if you're not accepting of somebody, they're more likely to be self-hating. Like, if you're telling somebody that they're not allowed to do something, they shouldn't do something, they're not fitting into their own body, especially experiencing dysphoria in itself, it's a mental battle in general. Like,
So to clarify your point, I think you're saying that acceptance is what's leading to. Is that right?
it's a mixture between self-acceptance, outer acceptance. It's a conversation between nature and nurture. Like,
Yeah. I mean, not wrong, right? Just not wrong. It's correct.
Sweden from 19... See, here's the problem with that. There have been there's two longitudinal studies alone that I could cite. In Sweden from 1973 to...
Oh my god. You see this OG like talking about it, like, yeah, I have a study conducted in 1764. Dude, really? He's talking about a study conducted in the 70s. I remember an advertisement in Germany that we watched. This was fun when me and my homies were watching like ads from back in the days, from the 2000s, right? There was an ad from the 50s, out of the 1950s, where it says, eat more sugar, sugar makes you healthy and skinny. Add sugar to everything, it makes you skinny. Oh boy, I think time has quite changed since then, right? So, referring to a study conducted in a time where this guy was probably like already 50 years old is tough.
2003, they looked at a large...
Okay, 2003 is still quite early.
Large number of subjects who had before transition and after transition, and they had worse comorbidities, they had worse mental health issues. Sweden is a very tolerant, liberal, progressive country. A study this year, published in Denmark, 2023, 42-year longitudinal study, and what they found is that the mental health issues did not decline, they actually were augmented. It was worse for individuals who thought that by transitioning they would solve their mental health issues. It actually got worse. It doesn't help, it doesn't solve these issues.
Nope.
It shows it's a contagion. That is the key word.
Let's pause there then. What are your guys' thoughts on, let's say, that's a pretty popular figure that's been mentioned when it comes to a social media influencer that's risen to fame because of that?
She's just doing what she's doing. I don't think that she's doing anything wrong.
Okay, he.
Do you think that has...
He's like, no, I hate him.
Pronouns are she, her.
that's transphobic.
Do you think that has inspired trans kids?
Wow, this guy, none of the other two conservatives were like jumping in there, but this old fuck right here, he's immediately like, it's a he.
I think she's also inspired allies to see the human being behind the pronouns and the makeup and the dress, and to see that there's someone who is going through a story, and that watching her go through that story enabled us to see the humanity behind her.
He is degrading women. You see a great disregard. I mean, look at the product that he was supposed to be promoting. It has fallen into.
Her pronouns are she,
And
her.
with all
This
due
sounds
respect,
to me
it
like the
isn't
people who are
phobic to
following
speak
them are
the
y'all and
truth.
not the youth.
Okay.
That's not a phobia.
Let's
Telling
stop
the
here.
truth is not a phobia.
Let's stop here.
It's not a
and
I have one take on this. The most base take you would hear from me. Transphobia doesn't exist. He's not a transphobic. Transphobia doesn't exist. Phobia means you are feared of something. He's not feared of trans people. He's just an asshole. Phobia is not a thing. He's just an asshole.
let's go over to the undecided.
End of story. Yeah, you would consider him as a transphobic, right? He's transphobic. You would say that, right? He just hates them. But again, phobia would mean a fear against something, right? He's just an asshole. He's not scared for his life. Like someone that is like arachnophobic, right? Someone who is feared against spiders, right? Or when you're flying, right? That is a fear. This guy's just an asshole.
All right, so undecided group, you guys are kind of like the comment section. Which side did you resonate with most? Liberals or conservatives? So why did you resonate most with the liberal group?
Trends pass. Trends end. So calling it a trend is saying that these people's identities are just going to go away, and I don't think that's fair. Why do you think that it's not transphobic to misgender?
Because the concept of misgendering is false. There are two sexes. There's male and female. Well, it's in the chromosomes. It goes beyond superficial or secondary characteristics. He is a male.
Sex and gender are two different things. Wow, this guy's just a pure asshole. That's crazy.
He was born a male. He will remain a male. It doesn't matter how many chemicals he puts into his body or how many body parts are cut off. And I'll say this again. Telling the truth is not a mental illness.
Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I think that there is a difference between sex and gender, and I know you're going to disagree with me, but transgender is its own thing, and she can be. See, no, don't.
Look how he's like looking like, nope, kid, you're dumb. And this is why we should have less old people in this world. How about that?
Try to blame that on me. You are using the wrong pronouns for this woman.
I want to hear the kid that's saying that's on the conservative side.
So you sat more on the conservative side. Do you want to explain why you decided to come here?
Yeah, so I think, it is just factual that there are more people transitioning or at least coming out, not even just as transgender, but just, within the LGBTQ community as a whole. And so I do see, I think for me, it does become a little bit grayer when you start to say, okay, is that because people are being influenced to transition, or is it because it's more accepting and people are feeling more open and safe about coming out? And I think, when you're in, a friend group or when you, associate with certain people, I think you are likelier to maybe, explore your gender a little bit more or, look more into those avenues. And I think that can influence someone to transition if, maybe beforehand that wouldn't have been a consideration.
Do you have a specific question that you'd like to ask either side?
Yeah, I guess I would like to ask, the liberal side, and I can't necessarily trace it back to a specific time when this happened, but I do think we have seen recently, a rise in people identifying with genders that aren't necessarily within a binary. Would you say that's a rise? How would you, I guess, account for that?
Because we just hear about more people, right? Like I'm coming out of a time. I'm coming out of a time where I didn't have a phone, where cell phones wasn't a thing, and Facebook and Twitter didn't even exist. That's the time I'm coming out, and obviously, I didn't hear about person XYZ in fucking Australia coming out as transgender. Of course not. How about that, Mr. You got born with an iPhone in your hand? How about that?
I think, as I said earlier, that is just accounted by survivorship bias. People previously were not comfortable enough with coming out, and that's where that difference comes from. And eventually, that skyrocketing rate will even out.
I definitely do think that that is kind of a factor of it, that, I mean, you know, people are just coming out more.
So I think like everyone, okay, let me just answer this whole question and find the middle ground for everyone. I think the biggest issue that people see, people in even my chat, like Percy, for example, being very much on the conservative side and having some really weird ideology about that topic. What most people are like angry about is the confusion and the influencing people into exploring different things, right? This is what most people are concerned about. The solution is we should definitely make sure that we teach our kids and teach people in general that you are okay with whatever you do, right? You are okay, like whatever you do in life, we are fine with that, right? We're not going to kill you. We're not in Russia where we just kill gay people. It's absolutely fine. We're not harming you for whatever you do, right? But everyone, even the straight people, even the cisgenders, keep your shit to yourself. Right? I'm not coming out suddenly on Twitter and say like, I'm a straight white man. And I've been trying to hide this for a long time. I'm not doing this. And that's fine. Keep your sexuality to yourself. Because it is something that you should have and no one should take away from you. How about that? We should make sure that everyone is accepted in this world, whatever and however they are. Right? And we should make sure that we go away from the past, so like norm of society of saying, hey, you have to be a man or woman. If you're a woman, you cook, and when you're a man, you work to feed your family. We need to go away from that social stereotype, right? And just teach kids, hey, if you're a woman, you can also work on cars. And if you want to transition into another sex, that's okay, go for it. Sorry, gender. Right? This is the solution to it. There's a solution to it. Next question, please. You could also claim the same thing right now about those old motherfuckers right there. The way that they're thinking has been influenced by their parents. Their parents were Trump voters, so they are Trump voters. It's the same. You can say I'm black, I'm proud, but if you say white power, you get hanged. I mean, white power means something different. I mean, I know what you're saying though, but don't say white power. Like, I know what you're trying to say. I get the point, but the meaning of white power means something actually racist. That's why you can't say white power. I think you were just trying to say the difference between I'm black and proud and I'm white and proud. I think that's what you're saying, not white power. White power is actually a racist term. Right? It means suppressing other ethnicities. But otherwise, yeah. I think, like, again, the solution is stop caring about what other people do. Make sure that you love other people or hate other people equally. I hate people equally, right? I hate everyone equally. Doesn't matter if you're white, black, blue, purple, men, women, transgender, non-binary. I don't care. I don't care. If you fuck up in my Zakharev rate, no matter what you are and how you are, I'm gonna kick you out, right? I do not care. And this is how everyone should be. I accept you for however and whoever you are. But if you fuck up in my Zakharev rate, I boot you the fuck out. I'm not giving you more or less privileges.
Influencers, I think, is just proving the fact that it is indeed a trend.
Gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
Yes. The answer is yes. It is a defined mental illness. Yes. Same with like body dysmorphia is a mental illness.
It is a break with reality. I'll start at where I've said before. There are two sexes. It's determined not just by external characteristics, but by chromosomes. When somebody dies and is buried, and 400 years later, if they exhume the body and they test those.
Good. I mean, this is a typical argument I heard a lot. Yeah, if aliens come, like the world ends and aliens come to planet Earth and conduct a study about planet Earth and see. Yeah, I heard this a trillion times.
Those bones, they're going to.
And again, this old motherfucker does not understand the difference between sex and gender.
See that it's an XX or an XY, it's a male or a female. It's a mental issue, and you want to treat it that way. You treat it with counseling, with therapy, reflecting reality, helping the person to be comfortable with the sex that they're born with. Sex.
What do you guys think about that? It's calling it a mental illness.
Yes, I want
It seems like he understands the difference between sex and gender, but
to respond to your comment about bones and skeletons. I study bioanthropology, and actually they're moving in a direction where they're using terminology like assumed or estimated gender, because there is large overlap between the general sort of estimations. Also,
Oh, Andy, this lady is doing the same thing as you. Tell me, is she right or wrong?
No one's going to dig up someone's bones unless they've already consented to donating their skeleton somewhere. No one just goes grave robbing for that.
But that's irrelevant.
Let's hear a little bit.
The point is,
it's irrelevant to bring it up then.
No, it is relevant to point out that sex is determined at birth and it doesn't change.
But what's the point you're making with the skeleton example?
The point that it doesn't change even over long.
Now I caught him on something. Sex is determined at birth. Okay, why at birth? Can we just quickly switch the topic for just this guy to abortion rights? Why is it determined at birth? Right? Why at like you leaving your mama's vagina is suddenly the point of this? So he's conservative but for late-term abortion? Well, kinda. My man kinda like having like measuring with two measures. I think this guy would just like, when we talk with this guy about abortion, he would just like, no, I hate women too, right? They have no rights. That would be the guy right here.
Long periods of time.
I'd like to hear a little bit more from
Thank you for your
both
help
of
with
you.
If you're walking around life constantly being told something like what you're supposed to identify as and you feel other than, like, of course, as time goes on, you're going to feel worse and worse about that specific thing.
I don't think there's a reason to transition if you don't have a mental illness. Like, there's something.
Wow. Those people are whack.
Wrong in
That's
your
like
brain.
saying you shouldn't cut your hair because you don't want long hair.
Wow, that is so not a comparison.
So when
you shouldn't cut your hair because you don't want long hair.
Wow, that is so not a comparison.
So when you I mean when it's the opposite concept of gender or body dysmorphia. So when you look in the mirror and you see what's wrong with, like, you have an uncomfortability with your secondary sex characteristics, and so the treatment is to change that to match with what you want it to be. But I mean, he's right. You can't change your sex. But it's in the brain. You treat the body to help the brain. It's not any different. And honestly, I'm somebody who I don't think we should stigmatize mental illness. That's the whole point is, I have anxiety, PTSD from when I was in the military and everything else. I don't think we should be stigmatizing mental illnesses. And so I think that calling it for what it is just accepting that, and it actually helps with treatment and to what you're treating, because you're treating the brain. You have to go to a therapist, you have to go all of that. So I think it's no issue to call it.
And when you treat the brain, you don't cut the body though. I mean, if somebody has bulimia or anorexia, you treat the reason why they perceive themselves incorrectly. If somebody has dysmorphia, you don't say, well, just cut off a body part. But this is a complete violation of the Hippocratic Oath.
Gender dysphoria is a mental health condition, and the treatment for this condition is to do a medical transition if that person chooses to have those procedures done. It won't go away with just a simple pill. It's gender dysphoria. It has nothing to do with sex and bones and your DNA.
Do you think children are capable of making that decision?
Oh no, and he's coming again with the instant conservative take about like, our kids get confused. Oh my god. This is not the topic. This guy is throwing a totally different topic in.
Let me pose a question. Homosexuality actually used to be considered as a mental illness. Do you think there's any correlation here with what's going on currently with the trans movement?
It has to do with the way you present yourself. And again, I call it sex dysphoria because it's dysphoria of your sex, but it has to do with your secondary sex characteristics that you're presenting to society. You know, in a lot of regards, and even Deborah So wrote this in End of Gender, she actually advocated for this because the same hormone imbalance in the womb that causes more, femininity and homosexuality seems to be very similarly tied to gender dysphoria as well.
Yeah, but Annie, gender dysmorphia is a defined mental illness. So the answer that everyone should give right here is yes. If doctors worldwide have concluded this is a mental illness, having a certain type of dysmorphia, whatever it is, gender, body, whatever, is a mental illness, then everyone should say like, yeah. They're discussing now, the old guy is discussing, no, it is not a thing because trans people are not a thing, right? That is the issue right here. They all should agree on this, but because no one of them is a doctor.
It's just it's a further step along the way.
Okay, shitheads, be done, be gone. What are the kids saying? Who got most influenced by the biggest shithead right here?
I do think
So, why did you choose the liberal side?
I do think it's a mental health condition. I don't like calling it an illness. Everyone has things they don't like about their bodies. I don't think we're calling everyone mentally ill. It's interesting how you brought up consensual.
I disagree with that. Just because the word illness has a negative stigma doesn't mean that it should proceed like that. Like, oh, hello. Hi, Fix. Yeah. I mean, if I don't know, if I get cancer, I call it an illness, not a condition. Like, we don't need to pretty talk an illness, right? Dysmorphia, if I have body dysmorphia, that is a mental illness. Just don't, like...
We used to drill heads inside to fix migraines. I'm curious if that will change your mind if that
What did you
argument
say?
spoke. Previous prompt, but now it seems like you went on the conservative side. What changed and what argument spoke to you most?
To my knowledge, the American Psychological Association still categorizes gender dysphoria as a mental illness. So just to stay on the side of facts, and at this time what the experts are categorizing as, I'm going to obviously side with that side.
I feel like science is always changing its definitions,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
We used to drill heads inside to fix migraines.
Did she not just... Why is she agreeing with the conservatives? The conservatives are disagreeing with that statement. Gender dysphoria is a mental illness. Yeah, there you go. She just said it. There you go. It is still defined by doctors. So let doctors define that. Not some 80-year-old fossil that's sitting there talking about how much he loves Trump.
I'm curious.
Psychological Association does intend to later categorize it under neurodivergence rather than mental illness, but it's also something that needs to be treated. When people with gender dysphoria go into get the diagnosis, they do have to go to a psychologist and get a prescription and this sort of stuff, so it's part of the process. So I understand that science is constantly an evolving field of study, but as to what we know now, I think I'd rather just stay safe and stay with what the facts say.
Do you feel like if they are to medically transition, that they need to go through a series or rounds of different psychiatric tests?
But they do. Before anyone is saying something, you cannot just go to the fucking doctor and say, cut off my penis. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. It's impossible. You are followed by psychiatrists for the rest of your life.
Well, in the case of children, I think that would be necessary just because this is, I know in some cases it can be reversible, but this is a life-changing decision.
So you brought up the word life-changing, right? Debate here.
It was like turning on a light switch. They brightened, they were more social, they excelled in school again after failing.
Okay, enough of
But
am unclear as to like, I guess the difference between something being a mental illness or mental condition. I know some people in the conversation said that they use them interchangeably. Some people said that they prefer to use the term mental condition rather than illness. You know, I guess what kind of differentiates those things, if anything?
I think you just hit the nail on the head there. Changing the name of something doesn't change the fundamental reality that there's a problem, there's a mental.
No, mate, you're trying to stop convincing this guy. You just no, look, he's starting again with like saying, yeah, they're just mentally ill for thinking that. Like, stop. This guy is the worst.
A lot more on kind of the general.
Okay, before I continue, I do now need this Ziggy break. Jesus Christ. I love when we become political right here, but elevator music. I love when we become political, but damn. Wow, look at this bald guy. I think the topic is less for scientists and more for ethical counsel. No, I think scientists are probably fine for that.
Topic itself, then maybe they might realize. But of course, when you get to nitty gritty, I think that's where you get the division.
The medical community is pushing gender transitions for financial gain.
Oh boy. No, not the medical community. But there are doctors that will definitely try to make the most money out of you. Absolutely. I heard a case of like Naturel recently, the mage that we play with, had a similar thing happening where he had a hernia. And one of his friends is an assistant, a surgeon assistant. I don't know what the term is. And he was like, yeah, they intentionally fuck up sometimes, so you come back for a second time. I don't think the whole medical community, I don't think all doctors are in a conspiracy in pushing you that for financial gains, but one black sheep doesn't make them all black sheeps.
Gain.
So I disagree. I mean, when I started going through my process of transitioning, I didn't feel pushed by any medical professional at all. There were, in fact, quite the opposite, a lot of hurdles and just like bureaucratic red tape sections I had to like work through. But it's not something that I think, in my experience, was pushed onto me at least.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is not made easy for you.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. When I started my transition, it took over a year just for me to get to my third doctor's appointment for us to actually.
That is the first time I actually hear that we're transitioning.
Like talk and evaluate things, and as far as
oh god, the bald guy is fuming.
Cost goes, my insurance covered everything.
But they are still getting paid. Just the government or somebody else is paying them.
I mean, in comparison to a BBL, yeah, like yeah.
Well, yeah. So here, but yeah, but they're still getting paid and they're still getting financial. I actually think there's 3 different types of doctors. I think that there are people that are going out there and doing it for financial gain. We saw it in Vanderbilt. We saw it in so many other instances where they are doing it. We also see that they are manipulating the system. That's why we have a lot of detransitioners right now, and that's why we're seeing that community grow.
That's going too far. You could just say like, yeah, there's always a black sheep in a pool of doctors, of course.
Is because they're manipulating patients.
But the question is like, is the whole medical community pushing?
And manipulating parents. And so the other.
Let us know.
The third is, I don't know if it's ineptitude or if it's incompetence or laziness, but I think that there is a section, there's a group of mental health providers who simply right now we want to cure everything with a pill. And so we see this not only in the trans community, but we see this in the SSRI community. We see this, everybody's being put onto something, and we're not really treating the root causes. It's one of the reasons why we're seeing a high comorbidity of like autism in the community. A lot of people that have autism are getting sucked into this, and they're not being treated for the autism, they're treating for gender dysphoria.
So one thing to
Excuse me? Okay. That's what I mean. She's going way too far. Is she calling everyone who's didn't she transition as well? What? Everyone has autism right now? Jesus Christ.
To consider, and I did research on this, is that apparently based on top or bottom surgeries, it can actually range from around $10,000 to $25,000 from male to female transitions to female.
That's nothing, actually. Crazy. Oh, wow. All of them agree with the liberals. Jesus Christ. Finally.
I think, again, there are absolutely predatory, practitioners and maybe even large organizations who are looking to profit off of, the medical transitioning process. But, I think someone mentioned, the aspect of personal experiences and how for many trans people, it's extremely expensive. And even if you are on some kind of insurance or even if you are on some kind of plan, it can still, the cost can, mount up a lot.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because I guess in any movement, right, there are going to be people that take advantage about it for their own selfish gains.
Mm-hmm. How much money is, I guess, there to be made in the transition process?
That's a hard question to answer, right? Because you're creating a medical patient for life. Mm-hmm. So it's over the...
Yeah, but you do the same thing with other things. Like now this becomes a tinfoil hat conspiracy against the pharma industry. Schools should include trans conversation in sex ed. Oh, there we go. This is the more difficult question to answer, right? I'm not a parent. I don't have children. I don't know how I would teach my children about sexual education. I would not. I could not believe that if I had a son or a daughter, I would sit her down and was like, yeah, your dad is fucking your mom a lot, right? I don't know if I could like do that, right? I don't know how you teach your kids about sexual education. I think more things are way more important, like STDs and pregnancies and stuff, right? I don't think school should include trans conversation in sex ed. I don't think that sexual education is so tough. It's a tough topic. The bald guy already, like, look, you can see it in his face. He's like, oh my God. But, oh, it's a difficult topic, though, because I don't know. How about, like, parents do that themselves? If you decide to have children, you teach them about sex yourself.
Schools should include trans conversation in sex ed.
An age-appropriate time, I agree, yes.
What is that age appropriate?
I think by grades 3 or 4, they understand.
So,
what is grade 3 or 4? When they're like 10, 9, 10? No. This is like a personal thing. Like, I don't know if we should become younger and younger and teach kids about sex. I think 13 is probably the best time. 13, 14. Right? When, in average, most kids start puberty. The time where boys stop thinking, ew, girls, instead of thinking like, ooh, girls, right?
Oh, what is that? Like around 8, 9, or?
I don't know anymore. My kids are too old. But that sounds about right. I think 8 or 9 years old is a good time.
I personally just disagree with that. That's a little too young. That's a little bit too young, though. But this is not about, like, the trans conversation in sex ed. This is just, in general, my opinion about sex ed in itself. Exactly. Let them play with toys at years. I have no issue if they're, like, talking about the topic of trans conversation in sex ed. I have no issue with that. I just personally think that 8 years old is a little bit too young.
Because gender is a concept that is formed in the mind of a child around the ages.
Yeah, people start having sex at 12, 13. Yeah. How about we're going to start with sex at that time? 12. I'm okay with going with 12 years, right? When you're 12, that is like 6th grade, right? I think around about like 6th grade, they're 12 years old, right? How about we having sex at 12, not at 8?
Of 2, 3, or 4 years old. By the time they're 7 or 8, they understand the permanency of gender. So I think that's a good time to introduce it.
Now, should they be talked about as just as much as, let's say, heterosexual sex, or more in terms of including different historical relevancy, anything like that?
I think it would be great to introduce the difference between gender expression, gender identity, and sexual orientation, because that is 3 completely different realms. And children can understand the difference between gender expression and gender identity at that age.
No, oh my God. Like, I think they can. I think like she paused there and made a dot. But no, like, they can. They can probably, but I don't know, dude. I think like 8 years is a little bit too young, though. Like, how about like, do this with like 12 plus, maybe? Again, like, I don't know.
Without ever having to talk about sex.
Yeah, I definitely disagree. I think especially what they're proposing right now, a lot of the mainstream sort of...
Yeah, but existence, this is like, you're talking, and I gotta say it really ruthlessly right now, you're talking about the difference between a Western society versus a fucking jungle, right? In our society that we're living in Europe and the USA, the Western civilization, they have different standards, right? We don't eat octopus that are still alive, right? But in Japan they do, right? That we think it's weird. They eat blood over there, which actually is pretty good, probably. Tastes probably really good, but we would all consider like, ew, right? It's like different cultures, different things. We're talking about the Western culture. The Western culture doesn't do that, right? But the thing that you're referring to.
Education on sex ed is pretty like vulgar. You're looking at a couple like books. You see a lot of parents going out to like city committee meetings and they're reading books in front of like the school committee, and the school has to like stop the
Yeah, okay, the guy has seen 2 Facebook videos. I know exactly what he's talking about, but mate, you have literally just seen an example of thousands and thousands of other cases where this doesn't happen. There's always going to be a black sheep. Like, don't get convinced by just one case.
the entire thing because they're reading such vulgar stuff.
If I had to push back on that, though, kind of we've been going through like different personal experiences, and some of these cases we might just be hearing about because they're the most extremist of cases.
Sure.
Do you think that's what's going on, or do you think it's more of a common, prevalent instance that's happening around the country?
Good counter.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a differentiation between personal experiences and just what's going on in general. And so, of course, you're going to see like the more popular cases on social media and stuff. But what it really boils down to, the question isn't really so much what's the content, but is it true? And it's not true. And so why should kids be learning about it?
I mean, personally, I think that sex education should be simple biology, and then anything above that should be an opt-in system to where parents have to opt their children into that.
I like that. I like that. But again, they are not talking about the question. They're talking about sex ed in general, right? They're not talking about the topic. You're right. I do agree with her though.
Into that learning. I really don't think.
What are the kids saying?
It's interesting. I think we have all undecided here. Let's start with you, because this is interesting because you've always been on the liberal side until now. What spoke to you that made you undecided in this instance?
Well, I would just like to mention that
I wish that one kid would just call him out and say, like, guys, you have not been talking about the topic that was presented to you. You guys talked about totally different things.
I actually work in childcare and I work with children. And so as much as I think that we should have comprehensive sex education, I think that 5 years old is a bit young. Yeah. I think maybe middle school age, like 10 to high school. I don't think that parents should have completely all the say, because if that parent is more on one side or the other, then they are going to push their child to do what.
Also fair. also fair, right? Some parents are just like influenced in one way or another because they're old, right? Absolutely, agreed.
They want them to do, and that child should be able to make that decision for themselves once they are at that age.
Maybe both sides actually do accept, the fact that trans individuals exist. However, more of the discrepancy is around the age and when it's being introduced.
That was not the question, but okay.
What do you think?
I think she mentioned around 8 or 9. I think that's a good age. I have a little brother who's 11, and when he was around that age, he was able to understand that I was queer and that my cousin was trans, and he was able to understand that we were different.
I would say around 8 or 9 is probably fine in my opinion, because that's generally the age in which children have a solid grasp on their own identity. And it's usually, about 10 years after that, maybe, that they, on average, will disclose that. But at that age is when kids will usually figure out that they're not cis, if that's the case.
I don't know, dude. This is again, like, if I was a parent and I'm an old guy, I would just say, dude, I was playing with fucking Lego at fucking 12 still. I was playing with Lego. Let them play with Lego and teach them freaking, what is it called? Just teach them math and history and stuff. Don't teach them sex ed. 12 is a fine age. 11, 12.
This lady, she started out with this concept of permanency. I just thought that was so profound. Undergirding the point that I've been making from the outset, that sex, if you want to call it gender, there's a permanency about it that needs to be respected. And when you're teaching little kids about transgenderism, you're automatically injecting confusion. That feeds to the very contagion that we were talking about at the outset. It breeds this confusion into children. That's a real problem. I agree with the point that was made here. I don't think that sex should really be pushed onto kids at all. I mean, for hundreds of years, public education didn't teach sex ed, and things went pretty well. You didn't have all this confusion. And regarding the situation,
I don't know if it went well though, but
about pedophilia or otherwise, you don't need to teach children about transgenderism for them to know that somebody shouldn't be touching your private parts.
Is he calling? Oh wow, this guy is wild. Now he's calling all transgender people a freaking pedophile. Jesus Christ. This guy is wild. Wow. This guy is absolutely unhinged. Like, this guy needs to build... We need to build a wall around this guy's house. Wow.
Did that help clarify your point?
It did. I think, my takeaway, I guess, I would say I still kind of am unsure where I would stand specifically, like in terms of age ranges and, content. But I think, for me, I think there is kind of, for me, at the center of it is that conflict between, parents that don't want specific things to be talked about and then parents who just don't care at all. But at least knowing that the conversation's going on and maybe signing off on that. I know we've seen that in the past with, like taking the slips home and being, showing the parent if they, like, we're going to take the kids into classes today, we're going to talk about this, sign off if you want them to or not.
However, wouldn't that kind of introduce a bit of a slippery slope? What if that happens when it comes to discussions around history, around race? Do you think that could lead to parents kind of essentially shaping the worldview that may not be factually accurate?
When you start talking about, I guess, teaching about like sex ed and let's say gender expression, sexual orientation, I think you do walk a different line between like, bringing up points of history or, even like the sciences. I mean, everything, what you include in a curriculum, whether it's science, factual, even mathematics, like there's some kind of, political basis there, whether it's super political or super apolitical. I mean, there's always going to be interest there.
You see that the bald guy is like almost exploding, right? Last one, hopefully. Minors are capable of making life-altering decisions. No, the answer is just no. But there are also like adults that are not capable of making life-altering decisions. No way. Dude, no fucking way. Like, that is such a dumb question in my opinion, because there are people that are 30 years old that should not make life-altering decisions. I should not make life-altering decisions with my 30 years old. I should not. I think we should allow alcohol at least when you're like 40 years old. Earliest. You're only allowed to drink alcohol when you're 40. Because you fuck yourself up if you do that, especially when you're young. That is also life-altering. No way. Like, there are people, just because you suddenly wake up in the morning, it is the day of your birth, 18 years later, doesn't mean that you're suddenly a grown-up person, right? You just don't wake up suddenly, oh, it's my birthday, I'm 18 years old, now I'm smart. No way in hell.
Disagree. There's no way. Minors aren't able to make decisions whether to join the military, get married, or make tattoos. And so when you're talking about something that's super important, like sex, gender, whatever you want to call it, there's no reason we should be chopping up kids, putting a bunch of hormones in them that are super dangerous that we don't quite know the effects of.
He's saying it kind of tough though. Like, the thing is, like, I don't understand why they're like debating this about kids. There are people that are over the age of 18 that shouldn't like have those type of privileges of getting tattoos, piercings, join the military, drive a car, right? That's the thing.
And then completely changing the life. That's what I'm like.
What resonated with me is we're talking, I think he said, we're talking about people who still believe in make-believes. I just don't think they understand the gravity of the situation. Maybe not just transitioning, but there's certain decisions that they don't understand the gravity of.
I would push back a little. I think, like, especially when it comes to teenagers, I would say like 15, 16, I would say high school range. I think like we should probably give them a little bit more credit. I think, you know, when it comes to something like that, I mean, I would say like—
Guys, one question. Is the stream lagging today? Because it shows me unstable bitrate the whole time. Is the stream lagging today? Hopefully not. Because I'm testing a new way of multi-streaming today, and I hope it is not lagging.
I think it's, of course, I mean, we're talking about minor, it's a huge range, but I think we should in general give a little bit more credit where it's due to them. I will say the reason I'm here is because I think I just agree fundamentally with the idea like making life-altering choices. I don't think, you know, anyone under the age of 18, I guess maybe might be arbitrary, but, you know, in that minor range, as we've defined it in this country, I would agree. I don't think, you know, life-altering, whether that's a medical transition or even something like, you know, like what school you go to, like what college. I mean, you know, minors make decisions like that all the time, but they're not most of the time, and I would hope, usually they're not, you know, completely on their own. You know, we have support systems, and I think it's really
someone should have just say, yeah, you should not be. Minors should be allowed to medically transition. I mean, it should be not allowed, right? There are kids that do have medical procedures happening to them, right? For whatever reason, right? Breast reduction is one thing, right? I don't know. I don't have other examples. It should not be allowed, but it should like definitely like there should be like many steps to take. Of course, this is applying to the same question as before. You should not just go to the doctor and like say like, yep, let's go, chop it off. That isn't, right? But I think like they're gonna go there, right?
To medically transition.
Absolutely not. That has not changed for me. We're talking about mental health issues, and there are a whole host of problems that children deal with when they're struggling with identity or gender dysphoria.
You know that this guy doesn't understand how it works. You don't go to the doctor and say like, do it, and then he does it. He's not he's going to the doctor, not a butcher.
What's your final decision?
Yay! We got 2 more people that hate women.
So,
sorry, I'm saying this because soon they're gonna get influenced by conservative people talking about how women should not have a right to have an abortion, right?
What's been great about this video is that a lot of you guys have switched different spectrums. So let's start out with what made you...
No, sorry, I'm done. Wow, that was a long ass video. Long ass video. I'm done. I love when it sometimes becomes political in our stream, but you guys can definitely tell that my opinion has always been the same, and even though I'm like more cynical nowadays, it doesn't change. You should care for what you do in your spare time, not what other people do. Power to the people. Let everyone decide what they want. That is as simple as is. You should have the freedom of doing what you do. If you're transitioning to another gender, you are going to please see a doctor that's really trying to help you and go through the whole procedure. And no one else should be worried about what you do. if you become vegan, if you transition from Horde to Alliance in World of Warcraft, whatever. Always be supportive of other people. Stop caring. Like, it's so dumb. Why do people care? I wish you guys a wonderful good morning. Everyone watching on Kick, I wish you a fantastic Monday. I hope you get a wonderful Sunday view week. On YouTube, Eddie, I saw you in chat, that's why I'm referring to you. Eddie, I wish you a wonderful good morning. On Twitch, I at least see the viewer list and can refer to the people immediately. EVG, Troggy, Fix, how you doing? Annie, Nim, Mark, Matroff, and Loza, Lagoball, and Just Zero, Jinxed, Iref, Hellraiser, Existence, Italy, Christopher and Cannibal, Ajamu. I wish you guys a wonderful good morning. How you guys doing? Cut my bush off. So yesterday after the stream, I took a nap, had a good time. I wanted to sleep longer and maybe do a long stream today, but I decided to wake up again, do some work, and then slept again at like, what, 9 a.m. this morning. But yeah, I'm not feeling bad. That nap after the stream is doing great. It's doing a great job with me. Feeling pretty happy. Feeling pretty good. So, we're gonna be finishing our weeklies today. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will be rearranging my room. I'm gonna be drilling a little bit, doing some stuff here and there. Making my workflow in the future a little bit better and more clean. I ordered already something from IKEA. Just looking around me. I need a fourth monitor. That is still like a thing that I'm thinking about. I need a fourth monitor. Because I have now 3 freaking chats open. I have Twitch chat, YouTube, and Kick chat open. And I don't know if I want to do this forever. And as long as I don't find a solution, I definitely need a new monitor. And we're testing a new way of multi-streaming today. Today I'm doing it with Streamlabs OBS, no longer with Restream. I do think and hope that my Twitch VoD is better now, because on Twitch I can at least say, you hear the browser, you can hear Alize, but in the VoD you will not hear Alize. You will not hear the browser. The whole video that we watched, you hear it on stream live, but you can't hear it in the VoD anymore. That saves me the copyright there. YouTube doesn't have that feature. Streamlabs theoretically should support that feature, that I can stream on multiple platforms. And it just does that on Twitch as well, with excluding the thing. Restream wouldn't. So today's another test run of this, and we're gonna see tonight if it worked or not. Facebook is just wild with copyright. It's just absolutely wild. That's why we're also not streaming on Facebook anymore, but maybe we're gonna do it again, but I don't know. And if you guys see anything happening weird on stream today about the voice of mine being weird today, you tell me. If it's lagging, you tell me. Right? Give me feedback if something happens. We're also going to be testing out no copyright D&B right now. Let's see how that goes. The thing is also, Streamlabs OBS is messing with my channel points. So I will be in the need of reworking all the channel point rewards, because there are certain things that I can't do. Like the voice changer, for example, would not work as it did before. So I do think that my voice might be different today, because it is going immediately over voice mod without the voice changer. But I can just like do it manually quickly here, and then suddenly like my voice changed, right? So it doesn't... I just need to rework it. Whoops. I just need to rework it and hope that my initial voice is not too bad right now, because it could theoretically be. I do think we decided against voice mod as the main microphone to make sure that the voice is more clear. It is kind of fuggy, I think. So you tell me. You tell me. But I need to rework that as well. So that's kind of messy, but hey, we will see. We'll see. I'm gonna do this also tomorrow. I'm gonna do a lot of work on stuff tomorrow. The class guides were updated and fixed. Wait, let me just queue for a dungeon. My shaman needs one more key. I'm gonna talk you through everything else. The class guides were updated with all the arrows that we found. Demon Hunter tier set was the Druid tier set. I fixed that. Enhancement Shaman does not list weapon enchants, weapon oils anymore, like Howling Runes. The Hunter thing is now fixed as well, because they're using the save rockets. I think that was the term that Existence used yesterday. I think that's what people used. And remove the Howling Rune there. And so the class guides are fixed. It's there. Everything works. Raid guide. I still need to do Firak. And we're going to be looking today into the routes. The routes that we can do. The 4 maybe. Just to wrap the routes up. I want to get rid of them. There's still an issue that I see in the class guides with Blood Mullet. Blood Mullet is currently like causing the website to load slowly, and I don't know why. On the old website it worked, but on this one it doesn't. I don't know why. We're gonna fix that as well. I'm gonna be moving the shop over to a new server as well, so I can just cancel the old one completely. Don't want to deal with that. And I got some personal private things that I need to deal with. Again, tomorrow I will be reworking and rearranging my room. I got some IKEA stuff that's coming tomorrow as well. And that's what I'm gonna do. I could stream it though if I wouldn't be like changing my desk, right? Renovation stream is always cool, but I would be watching stream smiley face. Is this true? Guys, you gotta tell me. That's good that you told me though. Right? Otherwise, I couldn't know, because you guys are playing a lot of alls that are most often not familiar with me. Or I'm not familiar with you on your all. Good that you're telling me. And that's really good, thank you. So this is gonna happen today and tomorrow. What I want to do today is the routes, and we're gonna be talking a little bit how, again, we conduct our Season 3 raids. We'll talk about the schedule, about how we do the raids, and what our plans are. That means like me just gonna be flaming again, right? That's what it means. Me gonna be flaming. What do you mean with routes? Routes for Mythic Plus, the Mythic Plus routes. We have already been doing the routes, and I just want to go over them again. Yep. More dungeons. We go back to BFA. We go at Haldazar. We already did an Haldazar Season 3 route. And we're just going to look over them again and see if we are concluding that this is the one that we put on the website. Right? Just making sure of that. Because our dungeon guides on Stormfade will also include a route that you can import into the game. I just want to go over them, and I want to talk about how we're going to conduct our raids in the future. I'm really excited for the rearrangement tomorrow. My desk is going to be somewhere else. And yeah. Also like fixing the streaming setup. That's why we're testing today the different way of multi-streaming. Yeah, but I mean, I just want to get done with the guides, right? What desk do you have? I have like an L-shaped desk. But on that L piece, I have my PC standing, but my PC is gonna move in a different room. One of those gaming desks? No, it's just wood. I don't know what you consider a gaming desk. I don't have a height adjustable desk. It's just a desk. It's just an L-shaped wood panel. And I just gotta move it somewhere else tomorrow. The important thing is that, especially for the new people on stream, that you haven't seen me in my real cam yet, that is also coming back very soon. I have painted... I did a painting stream on stream. Sorry, my brain is not working. I did a painting stream and I painted the wall behind me in green. I don't have a green screen, I have a green wall. So I'm very limited in where I'm gonna move the desk so the green wall is still behind me. And yeah. But I'm gonna be rearranging some stuff. The most important thing and the coolest thing is that I'm gonna be finally, after like 2 years of not doing it, undust my PC. Especially as a smoker, it is kind of nasty. Therefore, I'm also, like, I have 2 rooms. I have a storage room for my business, and I have me in my living room with my bed and stuff. And my PC is sitting next to me, and I'm a smoker. The PC is I'm gonna be drilling a hole between those 2 rooms where I can put the cables in, and I'm gonna be moving the PC to another room. First of all, the dust will be cleaner, the PC will be cleaner. It also helps with the heat that the PC is doing and the little bit of sounds that the PC is doing. That would have been a solution good for summer though, right? It would have been a very good summer solution. I'm just a cheapskate. I don't know if I'm gonna be... I mean, I wish I would not be... I would be moving out soon, but... Let's be honest, like, I don't know if I'm gonna be here next summer, and if I am, then... that's gonna be good for next summer though. But yeah, having my stuff a little bit cleaner is gonna be cool. Jinx, congratulations on your Druid tank. I need to also change a bit my setup starting from a desk. That's why I'm asking. Oh, I wish. I wish I had the money for it and I would buy myself a cool desk. Like just a wooden plate. That's a little bit thicker than the one that I have right now. Because IKEA is... I don't know if it could support like 4 monitors. I want to have a 4th monitor. I'm still thinking and wondering about it. I should have thought that at the beginning, my bad. And so my dream desk would be having a cool wooden plate, sturdy one. Buy me height adjustable legs that I put on the wooden plate. Buy myself a 4th monitor and a 4th monitor stand. So I can use 4 monitors because right now everything is even more fuller than ever before. And I would love to finally like fix that. I am really in the need of a 4th one. But that's maybe a future project. And yeah. That would be the dream setup for a desk. But let's see how that goes in the future. But yeah, I'm also trying to get done with the guides on Stormfade. And then we're going to be going on a shameless marketing tour. Because Stormfade is doing really bad, especially with the move. But it was expected that the move of the website to a different server and stuff, and having all pages like not being able to be indexed anymore because they end up resulting in a 404 error. It was expectable that this doesn't work out anymore, but it was a mandatory move. The server that we currently have Stormfade on is a way weaker server by just the technical specs, but it is so much better in actual performance. It's wild. These servers are wild. Like the company that we had before is just absolutely garbage. Just straight up garbage. So I'm very happy with the performance of the new server. But there's still a lot of things to do and work on, right? Path of Exile guides are still missing. That shouldn't take too long. But I mean, I'm also be in the need of like preparing for next Path of Exile season because I want to play World of Warcraft Season 3 a lot. I don't want to work too much, but Path of Exile is coming 4 weeks into the next season, and I need to make sure that I also prepare for that. Right, and I want to do at least like 5 League starters, and each of them shall get a League starter video next season for Path of Exile. So, working in advance always helps me. And there's like so many private things I need to do before next season because I really don't want to do them during the season. But yeah. That is what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Yeah, and a few guides. There's not much to do anymore. It's like, I'm just really not in the mood of doing guides for I always forget the name. I'm always gonna say Ataldazar, but it's not Ataldazar, it's Dawn of the Infinite. I'm really not in the mood for that. I don't know. I just can't convince myself to finally start, like, writing down this freaking dungeon. I hate it just way too much. But yeah, I would just really want to get done with that. Coming soon. And of course, guys, as always, the more you advertise for Stormfade, the better. That's what I mean with like a shameless marketing tour. I'm gonna join 800 million Facebook groups. One question, is the boss getting more damage when he's stunned? I don't think so, right? I hate melee life. Hey, we're pumping damage. One of the best Uldaman runs that we had in a long time. Maybe because I didn't have the tank. But yeah. I will talk to you guys later on when there are more people here, hopefully. We'll talk you through our process of next season, how we're gonna do our raids. It's like the typical public service announcement that I've already did like 20 times. Just making sure that more people are here, that it just saves me, right? The important thing is that it saves me. If someone complains about, oh my god, why are you kicking me? You're so toxic. I'm like, can say, hey, I have been announcing this already 6 weeks in advance. It happened already in the past. It happened in Shadowlands Season 3 or 4. I think it was Season 3 where it happened. Tazavesh coming out. Where we had a requirement of 2nd Legendary. And I have been announcing it. I've been announcing it like, what, 6 to 8 weeks in advance in Shadowlands about 2nd Legendary, and people immediately on the first day were complaining and crying like crazy about it. I'm like, dude, I have been saying it for like 8 weeks. Every single day. Right? It's just like to save my ass. Announcing those things like too many times in advance is just so I can call out people later on for either not even being a viewer or just like absolutely disregarding the rules. So I don't be the toxic guy. Wow, so that's true. That's freaking true. I wish it wasn't, but... You are sadly absolutely right. No keys and tool? Wait, really? I mean, it's Monday. I see the effects of being Monday too. Don't get me wrong, like, me sitting here on 17 viewers after sitting here in Season 2 with 70 viewers average is tough. I can tell that WoW is that. But I mean, I'm not doing random keys, I don't know. I would just say, like, today is worse than yesterday because it's Monday. But I think you're absolutely right. WoW is absolutely dead. Oh yeah, that's why I mean, I'm also happy that I'm taking Tuesdays off. Even if it was active, Tuesday is always the worst day. I think Tuesday is, for the future, a good day for me to take the day off. Because usually in the past, we have been gaming so much throughout the week And on Tuesday, everyone comes with the shittiest character they can find just to make Alessio's life hell in my keys. And I really want to grow past that, right? Grow past that guy that people can come with their literally 10th alt on a Tuesday. Tuesday weekly no leavers are the worst. Once again, like I nowadays would argue about like the not caring policy, right? Where people say, yeah, I don't care how bad I am. I just want the free handout. I don't go over that again today. No, not happening. Not double lighting and I use fire abilities. Lolle. I got that one out. Yeah. Maybe future-wise Tuesday is gonna be a good day for me. Maybe a bit midday week is gonna be fine. So I might be able to do some stuff if I have to go outside, because I feel like there's some things happening in the future that makes me need to go outside. I'm 30 now. Look, I'm 30 and I'm getting kind of anxious about my health because the last 2 years I've been deteriorating my health like crazy. And it would be probably nice to go to the doctor for some things and just check, hey, am I dying, question mark? And I think that would be a good idea. Right, so Tuesday taking off would be a good idea for a schedule. Unless I really want to stream. And I'm pretty sure in the beginning of Season 3 I'm wanting to stream because I want to play anyway. So I always like stay tuned. Are you making a raid on Wednesday? Yeah. Yeah. This Wednesday is a raid, yeah. The current raids still remain the same. Wednesday is full clear Aberus. Thursday is only Sacklord. No. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I will also start very soon with getting... You gotta tell me, Fix, which add-on... Yeah, I mean, that can be changed. You gotta tell me, Fix, what add-on you and EVG are using for that and for recruiting people, and I will also start with that, right? Also gonna do my part. We are not mass inviting people to the guild. We are using a message only now. Wait, what? Didn't you guys use an add-on for that? I put EVG. I think EVG posted me already an add-on for that. Yeah, of course. I'm not trying to mass invite people. I would whisper to people. I would do it the same way. And then for what? Recruiting people into the guild. We use 2 different ones. Yeah, let me know which one you use. EVG lets me know which one he uses for inviting people into the guild. And then I can look into that. I'm just gonna do my part then too. Because look, from all the people that we have invited to the guild, they're like 2 to 3 to 4, like just a handful. Less than 5 people from the guild that actually join the raids. So we could get more and more. We could get more and more. If we invite 100 people, only 1 person ends up raiding with us in Season 3, then we need to invite at least like 1,000 people to get 10 people joining the raids in Season 3. Because the game becomes more dead and dead, and my stream becomes more dead and dead, and I would really love to see more people in our raids that we can deal with. Losing my interest again, like for people that... Look, I'm learning how to live without certain people, right? I'm missing a few people a lot. But at the end of the day, I learn how to live without them, and I think this is how we're gonna move forward. Trying to get new people in here, right? The old people left, and if they're gone, right? No need to come back. That's why we're banning a lot of people. Wait, this took so long for me to get Maelstrom that I... Wow. Sometimes the Maelstrom regeneration is so bad. Okay, then I don't stand it there. Yeah, I would do similar. I would do it similar, my man. But just you can also just like help me and tell me how you do it, right? I take every add-on that just helps me on that. GG's. Alright, Shaman is done. Shaman done, we got back to the Demon Hunter, have some Demon Hunter funsies. TTS not working, I know. I know. TTS will not work today. I gotta fix the shadow points first. 17 on Demon Hunter? Yeah. Unlock over to the Demon Hunter. Just quickly go PP. See if my IKEA thing is there. And yeah, be right back.
Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you, no, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you, no, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you, no, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you, no, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you, no, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you, no, 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 no.
What in the world? Sorry, I just died inside of me. I just died. IKEA. What is the name? What is the name of that fucking 2x2 cube? Like that cube, yeah. Why is this online $39.99, but I paid $75 for that? I wanted that. How is this? Wait, be right back. Sorry, I just died from the inside. I wanted a 2x2 cube, right? I wanted a 2x2 cube. My dad bought 2 times 2. That's why I spent fucking $70 on that. He bought... Dude, why is this shit so expensive? Why? How? That shit is whack. Why is this so expensive? That is not even wood. The thing is that is not even wood. That's actually like fucking paper. Because it's IKEA? I mean, I'm not going outside, but... I lived in a time where this was like a $5. Oh wow, I'm sounding like an old man. Dude, I have no idea how many times in my life I had this type of cube from IKEA. Everyone in their life had this one at least once. And everyone has fucking smashed that thing already. I currently even have one of these. But I have a large one. I have one of the big ones currently. I have one... This one. Even this one. This is the crazy thing. Even this one. With 8. Storage room, 8. Is less money than I paid today for 2 of these fuckers. Ah, eat my dick. 136. What? In what word? Oh, dude. I'm just shocked, right? Nothing happened. No one died, right? You can just bring it. You can just return it and get another one. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Like, the world is not ending. I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked. No wonder, like, freaking England football fans burnt down a fucking IKEA. No wonder. No fucking wonder. No, I'm also not complaining that it's paper. It is paper, right? It is literally paper. It's just like very thin plywood, and in the middle you have like literally paper. Like what was it called? Cardboard. It's not paper. It's cardboard. What is actually paper? Right? Everyone knows and agrees on, yeah, that's what's inside, but wow, is paper expensive. Sorry, I'm not Aberus Mythic Heroic. Sorry. Sorry, I ain't the money for that. This is the thing, like, I ain't the money for that. That is my issue. I wish. We also removed the donation goal. If you guys want to donate, but wow. Am I in shock? Is that expensive? Survival hunting, how you doing? Ow. Was geht? Yeah, but Black, so how you doing? Whew. Wonderful day. Yeah, wonderful day to you then. Yeah, I'm still in, like, I actually have a wonderful day except for, some IKEA debacle. I can just feel that if I ever move out, I'm just gonna sit on the fucking floor. Fuck furniture. Like, what you gonna pay for a good couch? Like, while we're waiting for a heater, let's see, what is a couch? I think, like, for a couch, you're gonna pay 1,000, right? Where would I go as a German? Möbel Martin, huh? Not IKEA. 100 plus? I would assume so for a couch. $2,000. $5,000. A single... I think I thought an L-shaped couch is like 1,000. Try IKEA cheap. 2,000. This is a cool couch. I like that you have the space on there. Like, yeah, that would be a couch I would love to like. 1,700 bucks is like at least 700 more than I would want to pay. $600. Yo, if you're a millionaire and you can afford a couch in that price range, you're not going to buy that shit. You're not going to buy that shit. You say Roller. Okay. U-shaped are the coolest ones, right? U-shaped are the coolest ones. Boom. 1,200 bucks. You get even more couch. Yeah, take that. Boom. Order, like, it's on discount. Order it right now. Just keep it somewhere where it's not collecting dust. And, use it in the next 8 years whenever I'm gonna move out. That is a cool couch. That is a cool couch. U-shaped couches are the best. You would pay 2K for that? It's only 1,100 bucks. That is a good page. That is a good page. Anthony, hopefully gonna be here the next 2 years, and whenever I gonna go actually move out and want to buy a couch. Free shipping in Holland? Yeah, I don't think that I have a wholesaler in Holland as well. I don't think that shipping is gonna be too expensive. Like, definitely, like that's definitely cheap. It's definitely cheap. In comparison to all the other couches we just saw, it's cheap. Yeah, especially when they're ugly as fuck. That's the worst thing. Like, imagine you buy a couch and it's ugly as fuck. That's the worst thing about it. I'm definitely in the wrong business. I should just sell shitty couches to people. Because the only reason they can ask that price is because there are people buying that shit.
Wow. Thanks.
Fuck. I do think that there's... I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, you're showing me now a couch for 240 bucks. That's very cheap for a couch, I think, personally. But let's be honest. You see the image right there, right? You see that the whole space where you can sit on is already like filled by one pillow. Mate, I'm a fat ass. That is not enough couch for my fat ass. Like, who's gonna sit there? A baby? Did you fit between... Did you still fit on that space in front of that pillow? The fuck? I mean, sure, 240 bucks, but I mean, you gotta be like a fucking skinny ass motherfucker for sitting on that. I mean, congratulations, if you fit on there, look, you save money on couches and you save money on food, because you definitely have to be very skinny. No food allowed. Skinny people save so much money, even on clothing. Like, if you're large, you just pay more than small. How long are we in the queue already for a healer? How long? Does anyone know? When did we start with... When did we start talking about couches? How much for a healer? Nothing. I just didn't log out. No one is in my chat anyway. Lowest view count in 2023. And there's no one to play. Like, unless you already said it, there's no one to play. There's no healer in the entirety of EU servers that want to do that key. I just didn't log out. I ain't paying for a healer. Fuck! Why I invite? When we start talking about couches? 10 minutes ago, the Plaxo said, "What's up? What's up? What's up?" So we're in the queue longer than 10 minutes now. Even here. Usually I would have said in front of the Nefarian Slayer there's so many people because it's cross RAM. There's no one here. That name sounds familiar though. Yeah, I mean, I have also done my 8 keys. I'm done with weekly keys. I'm personally done with weekly keys. I'm just trying to kill some time. Yo, ice burning. What's up with the YouTube stream copyright routes? They're going wild. They're going wild, right? Yeah, it's just like difficult. If I actually want to play the game right now, I'm actually in the mood of playing World of Warcraft just for the fun of it. But the game really, there's no one to play with. That's very difficult. I also said we're going to be talking about our Season 3 raid plans again. Well, we have more people today, but I don't think we're going to be more people. You're just gonna have less and less viewers every single day. God damn. Okay, let me do the first poll and then we're gonna talk about it. Gotta let me cook, gotta let me cook. Do we have... Yo, Nim, I think you need to have our healer with despelling this.
This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to
You're the only one that can.
but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that any of us ever had a chance to be here at all.
Nice pull. I'm just happy that I can survive that. Okay, that was a good poll though. Pretty happy about that. Our plans for season 3. I have been already posting our schedule everywhere on Discord. I pinned it in the guild. It is in the guild info. And we're just gonna talk about it again. How we're gonna conduct our raids and when we conduct our raids. Season 3 is releasing on November 15th. Patch is releasing on the 8th in EU, of course. And on the 15th, it's a Wednesday. That's when we have Season 3 start. I'm not yet knowing if I'm going to be doing a long stream or not. Probably I'm going to be playing a lot, so you can expect probably a stream longer than 5 hours. I'm just streaming very shortly nowadays because there's just like nothing to do. I have no content prepared. On the 15th, we immediately gonna start with heroic raiding. On the first day, we go in heroic. We have done all of our guides. We have done all of our preparation for the raid itself. We are all prepared and we all know what to do in the raid. We're gonna start with heroic. And obviously expect plenty of random people to join us, right? It will happen. We're gonna like bring plenty of new people, hopefully, to the raid. To the stream as well. And as I said, there's gonna be a lot of like new folks that I want to get in here, especially in Stormfade, especially in the guild. First, we're gonna start with heroic. Everyone comes on their main character. There's no alts allowed. I mean, surely there's an alt allowed if your alt is perfectly geared, right? Because our goals for the first week is clearing, of course. We're gonna be clearing. Because we know already what all bosses do, we all understand how the bosses work, and I will be able to raid lead hopefully pretty well, due to the fact that I've been doing those guides and I've been PTR raiding. So I have been already wiping on those bosses before. I'm not anticipating more wiping on live servers. So this is the requirement for the people that join the raids. If you're performing not on par with your character, if your damage currently is just too low, if you're just someone who is not performing very strong for their gear, someone who's like, how to measure that is maybe like logs, for example. If you're consistently performing like green logs or gray logs even, I will not be able to bring you, because especially in the first day where we have no gear, no new gear, we gotta be a little bit compensated by the fact that we have skill, right? You don't need to be compensated by gear. You only need to be compensated by gear. I'm gonna replay this. You only need to be compensated by gear if you don't have the skill, right? When we can out gear certain content is when we can allow people that lack some skill can be compensated as soon as we have gear. Surely we will not be able to do this in the beginning. It is a requirement in the beginning, of course, to join Discord. There's a requirement to look into the guides, and I will be dealing with removing people quite fast. Meaning that if we have someone that wipes the group because I place a world mark, like this for example, I place a world mark, I tell person XYZ in Discord, you have to go to the green world mark now, you have a debuff, go to green. Person's not going to green, okay, I cannot offer you a raid spot anymore. This is again a skill issue. I could just like summarize the whole topic by we need to bring people that are not lacking the basic skills. The raid in itself is not difficult. And surely it's a new raid, and I know we are requiring a little bit much for the first day, but we are conducting our raid as we want. Also, I am allowed to require a certain performance by people if I am the one who's already been doing all the guides, right? The bosses, for me at least, start to become boring already because I've been dealing with them so much already. This doesn't apply to everyone, but we're looking for people that also are getting bored from the get-go. Right, that where the boss is not something new to them. What I also think a basic skill in World of Warcraft is to deal with new abilities that you never got put in. So that is one of the basic skills. When I'll give you an example. When Legion time walking was a thing in Shadowlands, many people said, yeah, I didn't do Legion, I didn't play Legion, I don't know how the dungeons go, that's why I don't want to join. The reality is that Blizzard cannot reinvent the wheel. You have a certain debuff, you go away from people. An ad is spawned by a boss, you kill the ad. You see a swirly on a void zone on the floor that has a swirly on top of it, you know you want to soak that. It was very easy on the PTR going to those raid bosses with that knowledge in mind, because you can easily adapt to a new situation that you've never seen before, because it is actually all the same. And those are the people that we need for the first raids. We will be conducting our heroic raid on Wednesday. We're going to continue that ID, because I doubt that we're going to be full clearing on one day, to be honest. I doubt, but that's totally fine. Especially Tindral becomes a difficult boss. Nemo, with the little rework that he got, or her, she, can become a little difficult in the beginning. And of course, Firak. Because Firak requires people to be assigned to the seeds and to also go ahead and deal with that correctly, right? It is like, if you remember, what was it called? Fate Scribe in Sanctum of Domination, where you have certain people doing certain things. Or a more recent example is just like Zakharov, the bombs, for example. Remember when we had a time where we did not outcompensate the boss Zakharov by gear, and the boss was not heavily nerfed, where one bomb exploding in the middle of the group that was not dealt with correctly just causes a full wipe. This is going to be Firak. And that is not going to be nerfed, because the seeds in the last phase, if they get hit by an ability, it's just over. And this is just how it works. It's like the jailer fight where Azeroth is destroyed. If Amidrosil is destroyed, then it's over. So that can become a little bit difficult. I will also make sure that on Firak that we're going to teach plenty of people to deal with the seeds. Because I don't want to go into the future with having the same 4 people doing a thing and carrying everyone else. Like we did on Fate Scribe. Assigning plenty of people, normal. In Heroic, everyone had to do it. Are you sure about this one? I think it's this one. Everyone is hitting something else. Some people hitting this one, you're hitting this one, I hit this one. Thank you. But yeah, Wednesday is going to be our blaster raid. Thursday we continue our blaster raid. Friday will be normal. On the first weekend we're going to go normal. Normal will be a little bit more relaxed. I think most people will have already gathered some heroic experience, and many things are way more forgiving in normal. Dude, I can't get out of the water. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Friday will be normal raid. A little bit more forgiving. No worries, Annie. No worries. Let me just like cook. Let me tell you how we're gonna do it, and then get full body tumor raiding with randoms. At the end of the day, you gotta consider like everyone is a random, right? In that perspective, everyone is a random. Even if we're just doing it community-wise, we are all just randoms. You plan Mythic Raid 2? Sadly, I don't. I have seen that What to Do, for example, is planning to do it. I just don't have enough viewers. I don't have enough people in my guild. I'm a dead streamer. I have no viewers. We are not filling up a full raid. Mythic Raid... I would love to do a Mythic Raid. I'm not progressing, right? I think many people have been abandoning Mythic progress, and me too as well. I would do a Mythic Raid for like just once a week, kill as much as we can, and then just call it a day, right? This is how I would do Mythic Raiding in the future. The sad thing is, like, we are not filling up a full raid. Even when Cross-Realm Mythic Raiding came out in Season 2 right now, we were not able to find enough people for Mythic Raiding. Because the people that... We had like 11 people the first time we did it. I don't want to raid Mythic with random people. And for Mythic Raiding, we also said, hey, you need to have 100k DPS on Khazara. You need in the logs to have at least 100k DPS. Right? Nowadays, people do like 150, 160k DPS, right? On Khazara and Heroic. So my requirement would be, you do at least 100k in the logs for Khazara Heroic. That's the damage we need for Mythic. And plenty of people up to this day can't even pump 100k on Khazara. So, from the few people that I have in my stream that would join a raid, there are a few people that just would not be able to join a Mythic raid in Season 3 because they are just not delivering the certain performance. Those people will also probably not be able to join us in our Heroic raids, that's what I'm saying. They would not be able to do that in the beginning because we need to have a certain performance. We will apply a certain standard to people that everyone needs to uphold. But Mythic raiding is currently not possible. Look, Existence, I wish we could do a Mythic raid, but currently I absolutely a doomer considering everything right now. I do think that our Mythic Plus tournament will not happen because I have 15 viewers right now and not all of them wants to join the tournament. So I have like maybe like one person in the chat that wants to do a tournament. So not possible to do a Mythic Plus tournament. I want to do a GDKP run and preferably don't have too many randoms in the GDKP run. Because they could just like ninja loot, there's nothing they could lose. But from like the 15 people that are here, I have like maybe 3 of them that want to join with an red alt on a GDKP. So I maybe need to cancel that plan as well. Currently, I am considering already canceling all plans and just play WoW as a WoW player. Right? As a streamer as well, of course. But the ambitions and hopes that I had for Season 3, making some cool content like a tournament or doing a GDKP run, is probably not going to happen. At least I'm currently considering the fact that it will not happen because there's no one interested in my stream anymore. There's no one in our community anymore. And obviously when I say no one, I mean there's still a few people, but it's not enough to fill a raid. It's not enough to do a mythic raid. It is not enough to do GDKP. It is not enough to do a mythic tournament. But no worries, I will pay you guys back. I have still the list of like who I'm gonna pay back, how much. No worries about that. But yeah, currently all hopes and ambitions are definitely lost. I still gonna go through with those plans, right? I'm still trying my best. I will never stop trying my best, but I will not pretend that it's looking good. Right? It is definitely looking bad. Like what to do, for example, can easily do a mythic raid in the beginning. He's averaging 90 viewers currently. In the driest phase of World of Warcraft ever, he's still averaging 90 viewers. He has consistent full raids that he's doing, where I sit there for half an hour and I have to kick out 8 to 15 people each raid. Right? He is definitely in that situation where he can allow himself to plan that and is going to do that for sure. I will just not be. Oh no, like, Italy, it's not about like being in the guild, right? It's not about, like, being in the guild and being in a raid are two different things. Right? I'm not saying you should join our guild. I'm rather saying that I need people in our raids to do a certain raid content. Yeah, exactly, Ice Burning. Exactly. I wish exactly that would have worked out. You're saying, Ice Burning is saying I was kind of hyped for the Mythic Plus tournament, but every time he asked for if someone wants to join his team or wants to form a team, no one replied. Exactly. That's the thing. No one is here that wants to do it. Maybe like you are the only one in like 10 people that can hear me right now that wants to do it. I just can't. I'm a dead streamer. We went from 70 viewer average to 15 at this point. My stream is dead. My community is dead. I'm still playing World of Warcraft. I'm still here and I'm still gonna do stuff with you guys. Don't worry about it. I appreciate everyone being here. But the higher you go, the deeper you fall, right? I can no longer plan my stream like I was having 70 viewers average. I need to plan my stream like I have 10 viewers average. Meaning that I can't do a GDKP, I can't do Mythic, I can't do Attorney, right? It will probably not happen. I still gonna try to uphold one, but I'm already considering plan B. Right, I'm already considering plan B. Yeah, Lash, it is Monday. I will take tomorrow off. I have some renovation work to do tomorrow. Dodo, good morning. I gotta be drilling some holes tomorrow. I'm not talking about Lash's mom. Also, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. You know, my mom? Doing your mom. Ice Burning, I wish that we could uphold that tournament. It will probably not happen. But, hey. I promise you, Ice Burning, I will try my best. I will try my best to still do the tournament. I will try my best to save the stream right here. Form a bigger community that we ever were. Even though we lost so many people. I will still try. I promise you. That will never stop. It's just like... Imagine you're making wedding plans with your girlfriend without even having a girlfriend. It's kind of weird, right? It's just kind of weird, right? Very disappointing. Again, Hellraiser, I will be trying to do that tournament. I will try to make it happen. But again, from the 10 people that can hear me in chat right now, Our stream is dead. Right? I see everything very negative, but I'm trying to uphold a positive future. Again, the TLDR. I will try my best to make this tournament happening, but for the tournament, I would love to have like multiple teams compete against each other. So I need at least 10 people, right? I need at least 10 people. Currently, there's one person in chat that wants to do it. I don't even know if Lash wants to do the tournament, even though he gave me the idea for it. Usually, the people that give me ideas are the ones that are not joining those ideas. Remember when we talked about movie night? We wanted to do movie night every Friday. So many people said like, let's do it on a Friday. Let's do movie night on Friday. All of those people that said do it on Friday were not there on Friday. It's always not, it's totally normal. Right? So again, Hellraiser, I tried to make that tournament happening, but with 2 active viewers that would participate in that tournament, I can't do a tournament. Right? And Existence, this is the thing. Let's get a stable rate team of 226, 239. No, this is the thing, Existence. We need to bring randoms. We need to bring randoms. We're gonna introduce them to the stream, make them feel welcome in our community, and grow the stream again. Right? We need to grow the stream again. All the fuckers that have left the stream, we learned to live without them. Let's replace them. That's how I see it. Let's replace them. Otherwise, we cannot continue with the plans that we have. We cannot. But yeah, again, we were talking. Let me wait. First of all, we're gonna queue for another dungeon. I'm still in the mood of just playing the game, even though we don't need weeklies. Let me. Okay, halls. That was kind of like. Yeah. Let's queue first, right? Let's get the gameplay going, then we continue talking. We have been switching topics way too much. I'm again mass confusing people. We wanted to talk about how we're gonna conduct our raids in the future. We can do some pain sessions, maybe. Do you need more weeklies, Nim? I think Existence said he doesn't need weeklies anymore. If you need weeklies, I'm gonna bring you. You need 4 more for Last Vault. Existence, can I have you spot them to bring Nim? Thank you, dude. But I'm not OP in Myth. What do you mean not OP? If you need a weekly athlete, please come. No, he is done. He is done. He said he's done. No, Nim, he said he is done. That's what I gotta bring you. No, Scribbles IO would be fun. Is it with ICC? Okay, go for it. Okay, we might be going to be sitting here again for 15 minutes. Last dungeon took 15 minutes until we found the first healer on European server. So at least I'm queued, so we can continue talking about the topic. Before we talk about like Mythic Plus tournament and all those things, we shifted the topics away. I just wanted to tell you guys how we conduct our Season 3 raids. And in our Season 3 raids, again, we're gonna be blasting. It will require a certain performance. And as to answer what Existence is saying about find a stable raid team of like 10 people, the reality is that I should bring more randoms. I need to bring more randoms. I need to replace all the people that have been gone and replace them with new people. This is much important. Did I not click? No. That's much important. So we will play with a lot of randoms. And I will uphold the same standard to the randoms as I will uphold to you guys. Randoms used to fuck everything up, but existence, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Oh. Let's be honest, existence. You also started as a random. Is it to advertise the community? What, bringing randoms? You mean like to advertise community? That's why we bring randoms. Yeah. At the end of the day, you guys have to remember that all of you guys were randoms, right? I think like you have to remember that every one of you guys was a random. For me, right? Lash was a random. Atali, you were a random. Existence, you were also a random, right? You just joined a random raid with me, I think. And you ended up staying here, right? And now we're playing so much WoW together. I feel like people do this often in front of halls where they just bring this thing outside. Came across a potato on Twitch. Oh, dude. Okay. I mean, we should make some steady Mythic Plus teams too. No, like the thing is, you saw it right now yourself that we had more DPS right now queuing for this key. Even in the dry phase of World of Warcraft right now, we had more DPS that wanted to join a key than we have space for them. So I will not be able to do a steady team. I will definitely go ahead and rotate people so everyone can just play. If they want to, of course. If you guys have your own team, and you should never wait for me. You just please go ahead and farm as much Mythic Plus as you want. Don't wait for me, ever. If you end up like wanting to join a key with me, I'm not carrying anyone. There's nothing. We just play together. If you want to play with me together, then just hang tight. Let me choose that. Did I type? I have no idea. I have no idea. I just read it and I was like, okay. No, I'm making examples. I'm making examples fixed with what to do, for example, because I don't want to sit there for an hour every raid that I do and wait until we filled up with 30 people. At least what to do can plan into doing a mythic raid in the future, if you're on Twisting Nether, because he still pulls plenty of people that he can play with. He has a massive pool of people that he can play with right now. And he will even have a bigger pool of people to play with next season. So surely, when he's back to like 200, 300, 400 viewers in average, he will have enough people to do a mythic raid. Me sitting here with 10 viewers and they're probably not coming back, I will probably not be able to do a mythic raid. This is the difference that I'm making. That's the difference that I'm making. The example, I'm sorry. And that's fine, we're just like different streamers, right? What to do is not going to be sitting there like I did today and talk about political topics like transgender people. Surely not. But it's like it's just for me to give an example of like, I cannot plan certain things and I should not plan certain things pretending I'm a bigger streamer than I am and have a bigger community than I have. Alright, the Mythic tournament, the Mythic raiding, those are things that I wanted to plan because I remember the times where we were sitting here in May with 70 viewers average over the course of the whole month versus right now I'm happy that the number has been going over 20 at this point. Probably it went down already. And we lost a follower as well. How much was his peak at? Like 500, 600? In the beginning of a season, 500, 600? I'm just like saying that I can't plan 2 big events because I'm literally the smallest streamer on Twitch. Italy, if you want it, I'm currently streaming on Kick and YouTube, right? You could watch me on YouTube too. I'm just saying. If you want to YouTube, right? Thanks to Twitch's new rules. Yeah, hi Harkley. I'm just also trying to give you guys an example. About like planning stuff. But anyways, let's go back to how we're gonna do our raids. On Wednesday, on the 15th of November, we're gonna be starting with a wonderful heroic blaster raid. We're gonna be blasting. You guys have been reading the guides. I don't need to remember anyone. Yeah, hi Mr. Royds on YouTube. I don't need to remind anyone to enchant their gear. We're just gonna be pumping. Everyone does what they're supposed to do. We continue this ID until it is fucking clear. And I cannot tell, and I cannot have a good estimation right now when we're gonna clear. I think Zakharov was killed by us on a Tuesday. I think we had to do a Tuesday raid even. But we're gonna be doing way harder raids this time, so hopefully we're gonna be a little bit faster with that. Otherwise, I can promise you that on a Friday in the first week, it's going to be our normal raid. And if possible, we're going to continue with our GDKP raid. It's a fresh ID. If not GDKP, we're just going to be doing a fresh ID on Saturdays. Right? For all the people that couldn't join on the first bosses on Wednesday, we would be doing either a fresh ID or GDKP on a Saturday. I would love in the future to go more fresh IDs. Especially in the beginning. And surely I would love to do some Firux only for giving people curve ASAP, right? I have started to enjoy raiding a lot, especially the full raids are something that I do quite a bit enjoy. They became worse over time. I understand, that's not the debate right now. I think like especially in the beginning, everyone is fine with wiping, everyone is fine with not everything working perfectly, and we're just gonna blast as much as we can. I have plenty of characters as well that I want to play, so a fresh ID would be fine. But at least for the first week, our goal is in our blaster ID to continue the ID from Wednesday and getting it clear. How long is it needs? I don't know. Maybe it's like 2 days. Maybe it's gonna be the whole week. But let's assume this would be our schedule for the first week. The second week would look then a little bit more different. We would expect us to pump even harder. Everyone has learned bosses already. We're still gonna be blasting. We still have certain requirements. Wednesday would be heroic. Thursday would be continuing heroic. And hopefully then clearing, getting the ID ready for Firak only farm. Right, because I want to do Firak onlys. Friday would be normal, Saturday GDKP or fresh ID, depending on how we're gonna do it, right? And Sunday would be maybe another fresh ID without GDKP. This is all depending, or just Firak only. And then we're gonna be doing Monday and maybe even Tuesday without taking a day off, doing more Firaks only. So I'm planning to raid a lot. I'm also planning to play on a Tuesday, but in long term, Tuesday will be my day off. No interested in shitty Feeklies, no leavers. Right, we need to make sure that we don't have, like we need to raise our standards a little bit. And just means a little bit, right? We should be fine with depleting keys. We should fine with wiping on certain moments in raids. This shall not change. You should keep your calm. But in the future, we do need to raise our standards a little bit, especially in perspective of Raid and Mythic Plus. Sorry, I was like just ranting in front of me without reading the chat. But I'm saying that content-wise, since May, it has been coming a lot of other stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, May was the release of Season 2, right? But I shall not live in the past and think like, oh yeah, we have 70 viewers average. We can definitely uphold a Mythic Plus tournament. There's so many people, and there's like, from like 70 people, there like would be only like 30 people that could join the raid. So it would have never worked out that way anyway. And I don't know how many people want to join the Mythic Plus tournament, but you will find more, like, let's say you find, like, 1 in 10 people, let's say in average 1 in 10 viewers wants to join the Mythic Plus tournament. Then you need to have 100 viewer average, so 10 people join and you have 2 teams fighting against each other. If you have 10 viewers, you're gonna have 1.5 people joining that tournament. You can't uphold the tournament. This is what I'm saying. This is the take. What is your paladin's name again? My paladin's Scruffy QT. I smell food. It smells nice though, but my mom is doing some pumpkin stuff. That's gonna be kind of whack. It smells way too nice, but I'm probably gonna have to order like some meat tonight. Second week ahead of the curve, noob I had first ID Pepper left. Annie. We also killed first week Zakarev. What are you talking about? My paladin is not my main. You asked for my paladin, but my paladin is not my main. And was not my main. Okay. That would be my druid, right? Grumpy on TTV minus Blackhand, that is the name. It would be probably the Tuesday in the first week, right? Tuesday or Monday. We had to hard force it, right? Because we had very low standards, right? We will uphold higher standards in the future, that's what I mean. And it doesn't matter like how long it takes in the first week. But we're gonna uphold a higher standard. Ever thought about starting to boost? No. I boosted back in the days, a little bit. But farming gold is not my thing. There's his first kill in July? What? Annie, I don't know. Annie, how about you just go back into the VoDs, right? Droppy VoDs on YouTube will probably deliver you the answer. How hard is a 15? I would probably assume that... Look, I haven't tested this weekend. This weekend was a buff to Mythic Plus on the PTR. But I would say like an 18, 19, 20 is going to be the equivalent of a 15. I would assume that an 18 key, 18 is the weekly next season. It's going to be the equivalent of a 22, 23. At least. Right? Because I really don't know how the tuning is since they buffed it though. Yeah. With current gear, yeah. that let's say 22 key right now is as difficult for us with our current gear as a weekly key, an 18 next season. $15 keys is bad to start on first week. We're going for weeklies. We're going for weeklies. This is what I mean about like upholding a certain standard. Upholding a certain standard. I will not be able to bring every single person into a key. Like, we need the hard performers, me included. That's why I'm like doing my Demon Hunter a lot right now. I'm just playing, even though I don't need weeklies, because I need to practice. I need to become better, and I need way better gear to have the best starting position next season on this character. This is 900 for high keys in season 3. Yeah, but I'm not doing the high keys. I'm doing weeklies. I'm doing weeklies. Keep in mind that people on the PTR are currently running 25 keys, so I'm dooming about the stream. I'm not dooming about the weekly keys, right? I think we're gonna be doing 8 weekly keys in the first week. I'm pretty sure of that. And people that are not ready for like 20 keys right now, I will not be able to bring them into a weekly key. Like, I don't know. That will probably not happen. Hi, Etty. But anyways, to TLDR, the whole raid schedule next season is we're gonna have higher standards. We're gonna be trying to pump. We will exclude people if they are not there yet until we can easily outcompensate their performance by gear. As long as we don't have the gear to compensate people, we are relying on people's skill and abilities in the game. If people are lacking the skill, I have no spot for them in the beginning. Guys, you need to kite them through the boss when he's doing that. So skill is going to be very important in the beginning. We're going to be bringing randoms. We're going to introduce randoms into our raid. Of course. But they don't know in advance, but I would tell them as well. Like, everyone has to uphold that standard. Why is this mob stuck over there? I have anxiety? Don't. So you're gonna exclude me? A good joke, Etty. I'm gonna be honest with the Frost DK tier set. There's no place for me as a DPS. Don't doom about that, for example. Look, we lost another follower. We just lost another follower. There's another shithead that is not approving of what I'm saying, right? That's what I mean about, like, we're losing a lot of people, right? Someone just unfollowed the stream because he was like, ugh. Scruffy's not gonna carry me next season. Let's unfollow. It does happen. It does happen. Annie, I would not doom about that. I do think that you would perform even as a Frost DK, and even Frost DK looks really, really bad currently. He was not joking? Wait, what? Stop. Annie, even Frost DK looks really, really bad. And it's one of the wackest tier sets, forcing you to skill an ability that you would never skill as a Frost DK, which also requires a second point that you could skill, but you don't even do that because it's just not a viable skill point. It's really bad. But I do think that you're still gonna perform better on Frost DK because you can play your class than other people would play with a meta class, right? Again, skill is more important. So I would not worry if I was you. If you wanted to join the raid with us, I would not worry too much about you being a Frost DK. As long as you're doing good on your Frost DK, you're fine. I was lucky enough to decide on 3 characters that are looking very, very nicely next season. Shaman, Demon Hunter, and Discipline Priest. Surely this can change in any second, but I mean, the current DPS rankings are out, right? I posted the news yesterday on Stormfed. You can find the DPS rankings for last raid test that was last Friday on Stormfed right now. That's the latest news. So we kind of know like how classes are performing currently. The only thing that is worrisome to people is that this can always change in a heartbeat. That is the thing. Just because Outlaw Rogue and Havoc Demon Hunter look so exceptionally well, this could change any minute. That's why I think like many people are gonna change their character then. Oh yeah, if you play Monk and DK, Demon Hunter, you can't go to a DK. That's a wheelchair class, that's true. Why did I proc on that? Why is the Fluxo having aggro? How? Dude, I see that. Look, I see them having aggro on me though. I see them all having aggro on me. I don't know why they're like attacking something else. The only thing I could wonder right now is, did I get a bop right now? Did you bop me? Yeah, you bopped me? Oh. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, I didn't see that you bopped me. I just came up with the conclusion afterwards. If you like DK, yeah, absolutely. I think you should do exactly what Existence is saying. Just play what you want to play, but some people just equip for the meta because players will do that. Players will force you into playing something like that. Otherwise, you're not getting invites. So it's understandable why people think that they need to do that. Ugh. Ah. Don't worry, you don't need to be sorry to me. Don't worry. Don't need to excuse that. That's EBG is saying that people do mistakes, it's fine. But yeah, public service announcement is over. Let's wrap this just quickly up by saying it one more time. We have a high standard for next season. I hope you guys are fine with it. I think everyone who wants to blast will benefit from that. Do me a favor and train whatever character you want to play. Make sure you're gonna train and prepare yourself for next season. Have a good start next season, and please watch the guides. I will be not explaining bosses. I will only explain strategies. I have been doing written guides and video guides. I have done enough guides now. And you guys, please prepare yourself. Otherwise, I will detect very fast who is not prepared and will then have to make an executive decision about that. End of that public service announcement. I will, of course, try again every day to talk about this. Just quickly telling people that we have a certain standard. I need people to perform. We need skill, not gear in the beginning. So no one can be angry at me if they ended up being like not in the raid. Boom, there you go. But it's just all about to save my ass. But it's all about to save my ass. I know that if someone is new to the stream and he would see the streams like, what the fuck, this guy wants us to know the bosses before this even releasing. I agree with that argument. I agree that this is a whack argument to make, right? It's a little bit early to expect people doing this. At least try to see the difference between me and just a random fella that you encounter in World of Warcraft, because I have been doing plenty of resources that you guys can find to learn the bosses already. I have been creating a whole website for you guys to prepare yourself for classes, professions, Mythic Plus, and everything you want and your heart desires for Season 3. I did YouTube guides as well that are only like 2 minutes short to explain you all how the boss works and how the strategy is. I did my thing. I did more than a random fella that you can encounter in World of Warcraft. Having those requirements. And I would expect that, especially the people that know me in my community, that they use those resources. This is why we, I think, are kind of allowed to uphold that standard. Aren't the bosses getting changed even more, or are they done changing the new raid? They are not going to rework all bosses. I don't know. That logic doesn't make much sense. They added a few abilities to Nemu now. That is one big change that happened. The other big change that happened is that one ability from Heroic Igira, the second boss, got removed. Not added, but it was removed. It is now Mythic only. That is also a thing that happened. But why would we test bosses and then then you're saying that they're gonna change the bosses even more? Like, I don't know what even more means in that context. But also, why would we test bosses if they're gonna release a completely different version of a boss? They reworked Nemo and they actually tested it on Friday to make sure that even the reworked Nemo is gonna be like tested. They will be tuning bosses for sure. They will be tuning bosses in respect of how much damage they do with certain abilities like Igira, for example, how much damage you take by soaking a torment. That is, for example, getting nerfed because it was like unbearable in Mythic. Tuning is happening. Changing the bosses and how they work will not change. I can tell you, I have done the guides like 2 weeks ago. And since those 2 weeks, nothing really has changed. The guides that I did 2 weeks ago are still applying. So, testing phase is also over. Patch 10.2 is also release candidate now, meaning that the patch is done. I would still highly assume that Firak is going to have abilities that are not listed in the Dungeon Journal. Firak is the only boss that has not been tested as well, right? So this motherfucker being an exception, but everything else, you can highly assume, more certain than uncertain at least, that the bosses remain the same as they are right now. Except for the tuning, of course. Certain abilities do more or less damage. What Blizzard is also fixing is weak auras, right? They're trying to cockblock weak auras as much as they can. They're adding more and more boss abilities as a private aura that you can't track with weak auras. Just to make the boss fights less weak aura approved. And that is fair, but otherwise, like, they're not changing how the bosses work. No, don't say it with certainty. Don't say it with certainty, Aldreisto. I am more certain than uncertain that the bosses remain somewhat the same as they are in the guides that we have been preparing already. There's not going to be any game-breaking changes to the bosses anymore that would make the guides abundant. Ooh. Sorry, I take that. Sorry, I take that. GG's. Essen slots that socket? Yeah, hello. Nice. But again, I'm just saying, Opopanex, I want to do some keys. Hell yeah, get ready. I just quickly go and check how the food is going. My mom asked me a lot of questions about how to prepare a pumpkin. And look, I gotta like observe what she's doing, because she was asking if she should just throw away the fruit flesh of a pumpkin. I'm like, Mom. The fuck? Like, the fuck? What you gonna eat then at the end? The peel of a pumpkin? Yummy. Pumpkin peel. Imagine you eat a potato and all the thing that you eat on the potato is the peel. The fruit flesh inside of it, let's call it fruit flesh, is not being eaten, imagine. Yum. So I gotta check what she's doing though. The peel is healthy though, the peel is healthy though, but I don't know if I just want to snack on the fucking peel, right? Like, you cannot just like throw away the pumpkin. You cannot. Okay, let me just quickly check that and then we're gonna continue with some dungeons. It's okay. The only thing that I felt like was really whack is that my mom had 2 pumpkins and she ended up buying store-bought pumpkin seeds to garnish on top. And I was like, Mom, you had 2 whole pumpkins. What the fuck did you do to the pumpkin seeds you find inside of a pumpkin? Why buying store-bought pumpkin seeds if you have 2 whole... Sorry, Ooh. Is this Harkley on Komini's account or is this really Komini? Hello? What? You're... Don't expose me? You're her brother. Account sharing is fine within the family. What are you talking about? Openex, come! My man, come. Oh, wait, I'm gonna invite you. Yeah, there you go. Are you tanking? Wait, if you're tanking, I go here. Do you tank? Then I hear. So I can tank and I come. Then it's not gonna be older, man. I was saying, then it's not gonna be older, man. Good ring, though. I really like that I just got that ring. That's a big, big upgrade. Priest. God, I'm also excited to play the priest more in the future. I can do whatever, I don't mind. I don't know what key the other people have though, but let me see. Could do now. I just don't want you to deplete the key. Like, whenever I can, I would rely on my own keys, so I don't have to... Okay, it's... yeah. Let's... Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's do your Nelfarian Slayer then. Yeah. We go NL, yeah. NL. Okay. Tomorrow I will be fixing the channel points. Bringing the channel points correctly back. They're not working today, so don't redeem them. You get scammed if you do. Like Yamios, for example, tried to crash an airplane, but he got scam-assed.
I'm sorry, I won't be very
I'm now using Streamlabs OBS today. I'm testing out the multi-stream today function over Streamlabs. I was testing it with Restream. Now I'm testing it with Streamlabs OBS. I'm hoping that the Twitch VoD is saved at least. YouTube is just wild. We've been now listening up and down on this copyright-free liquid D&B mix. It's okay. It's not bad, though. It's not bad, but... It's actually quite chill, though, but it's more of like, Let's see. I don't want to get... Dude. I'm gonna show you. I think I can show you this without... Yeah. So... This is where it started with the emails yesterday. This is where it started yesterday with the emails. For the YouTube stream that we did yesterday. And I couldn't even fit them all on the screenshot, but look at the amount of emails I got. And it continues, and it continues. Until there. I don't know, I got like 30, 40 emails. For copyright on YouTube, so... it's gonna be tough. Also, I have like 3 different chats open. The YouTube chat, the Kick chat, and the Twitch chat. It's kind of wild, but... Now I'm testing it. I just dropped the fractured Wield item without craft... Without... Yeah. Probably, yeah. That's kind of nice. It's also really lucky. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be fixing the channel points. Hopefully, I can continue using Streamlabs in the future, even though I hate it. And I will take a day off tomorrow. Just saying, for everyone who didn't get the notice yet. I gotta be renovating a little bit. Rearranged my room. I already had a mental breakdown today about IKEA and how expensive it was. Oh, there you are. I'm gonna be drilling some holes. I think the coolest feature that I'm gonna have in mind right now is that I want to put my PC in another room. My living room right here where I am right now, I gotta remove the PC. I drill a hole into the wall. And move the PC to another room. Less heat, less noise, less dust. I could have also streamed it though. It would have been actually a pretty cool, in my opinion, variety stream. To make a stream about renovating again. We did a painting stream like 2 years ago. That was kind of cool. But it's about like my PC moving to a different room, so obviously I will not be able to stream it. So that ain't happening. What was from? It came too late. I saw you saying stop, but... Take your time if you need, yeah. I just drum, don't worry about it, but don't worry about Bloodlust. Dude, I wish I would do more damage. Am I finally this time fast enough? Did I adjust the time fast enough? I see this mob right here still alive. We have 15 seconds. Boss is spawning in 5. The mob is almost dead. Maybe I was a little bit too early, but it's fine. At least you can immediately go into boss. No, you don't get refunded, I'm sorry. I can't because they're automatically completed. Oh, wow, I really didn't see that one. Thank you. It was literally next to me and I didn't see it. Wow, you guys are fast on this one. God, I love the priest so much. I'm actually having so much fun. That's why, even though I don't need weeklies, I still want to play. I actually have a lot of fun. On the priest. Not on the monk. Absolutely not. Demon hunter. A shaman. The thing about shaman is like, you must do damage, right? Come, you go. Let's go. Lead the way. He's immune to mind control. Does no one want to stun that one? Ante Paladin, no one wanted to stun this one? Does anyone want to stun this one? Anyone want to stun this one so he's not spawning more mobs? He spawned 3 mobs, dude. Lol, dude, guys. Anyone with a single target or AoE stun could have just prevented 8 mobs to spawn. Like, I know we were all confused by our tank running on the same spot, but it doesn't change the fact that the mob was active. He's gonna spawn even more. I tried to mind control. He didn't want me to mind control. And I was also not meant to walk into the mob to fear because I did really not want to pull the other ones that he not meant to pull. Any apples? You guys are continuously running and not interrupting the crocodile. Help. I would be pissed at that pole as a healer. I mean, one crocodile and I get stunned is tough, especially when they continue running, but there's no need to be pissed about that, right? Would have been nice if we had an interrupt, but if not, then not. But like, make the best out of that situation. Wait, I need a mind soup on the right side too. Wait. Interesting how we're going for the hardest MDI routes right here. That one is one of the wildest routes I've seen. It's a fun route. Usually I would call those type of routes a terrorist route. That's a term that now has been getting into the community. But after knowing that you're from Israel, I don't want to call it that anymore. Good idea to Mindsuff them. Good idea. I do think it's this one. I'm not sure. I trust in you? Oh god, don't trust in me. Ooh. Oh, the Mindsuff just ran out. I'm stupid, it's okay. No, the Mindsuff just literally ran out. The fact that you just do not want to pull this and just force us to wipe this is wild. It's a 17 key. If someone pulls in a 17 key, you can just go ahead and do it, right? You don't need to force a full wipe on that. That's wild. Like, you're treating this like this is a 30 key. I don't know. There's no need for that. I promise ya. There's just no need for that. Like, I do not want to take 17 keys that serious. I thought it's a 20 to be honest. It's a weekly key, my man. It's a weekly key. 17s are weekly, not 20s. Not even in a 20 key I would take it that serious. I'm just like saying that. I'm not trying to complain, I'm just saying that we're making this a little bit more serious than it should be. I mean, luckily we are like all rangers, right? The sky on the rock, like EVG, do you see that also often in high keys, you say? Do you see... You're saying like you see the ski off, you see that route often in a high key. Es geht, Mr. Glaser Petro. Good one. Pilsette in die Kauleiste. Yeah. Why are all Germans alcoholics? Especially where I'm coming from, right? Beer is cheaper than water? What? I mean, only if you drink Oettinger, but Oettinger is wild. Let me guess, Glaserpeter, you're drinking Kronbacher, huh? That's what you drink, huh? You sound to me like Kronbacher Weizen. Good, I almost stood on the perfect position, I'm sorry. Berliner Kinderjubiläums... Jesus. That's a lot of words. Oh, Pisswasser. That's a beer brand from GTA. Pisswasser. What about drinking all day energy like my Atsubis or drinking one beer in the evening? I do think that drinking energy drink is absolutely deadly. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind that if you put two people next to each other, one is drinking one beer, the other one is drinking one Monster, the person that drinking Monster dies faster. There's no doubt in my mind. Drinking coffee? Actually, drinking coffee makes you live longer though. If I'm drinking coffee, no, I do not actively drink coffee though. I do love to enjoy me a coffee whenever it's there, but I'm not the guy that has that ritual of making myself a coffee. I don't think you become immortal, but I do think, and just be careful with what I'm saying, I do think that there has been studies being done about coffee consumption and life expectations. And coffee is really good for that. Of course, what the fuck, dude? You get also fucked. Hey, if I get fucked, you get fucked too. Hey, we're just sharing the fuckeries here. I drag you down. Coffee is crazy cancerous? Drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day was linked to the largest reduction in early death compared to people who drank no coffee, according to the statement. Ground coffee consumption lowered the risk of death by 27%, followed by 14% for decaffeinated and 11% for instant caffeinated coffee. I mean, look, if I'm gonna start like using like coffee tampons put into my ass, I think I'm fine. Consuming a little bit of coffee in there, but no, I'm not. I'm really not a coffee guy because I do think if you drink a lot of coffee, you love that ritual as well around it. Coffee enemas, yeah. But we had that topic, right? If you guys remember our podcast, we had that topic about a coffee enema. We actually did. But for all the new people in chat, damn. You missed our podcast. Yes, we talked about coffee enemas. Having literally coffee inserted into your asshole. Like smoking? Yeah. Yeah, smoking is just a way shorter ritual, though. Smoking is just a way shorter ritual. I do think that, especially drug consumption when I was younger, you could link the ritual of it with the addiction itself, for sure. Like rolling a joint, preparing a line, those were rituals that were always present that kept someone busy, right? And I think that is definitely for that. Coffee drinkers, like waking up, heating the water, brewing the coffee, doing that thing, waiting their ages. And that's just like not for me, right? That's why I'm also like, there's one thing that I hate for smoking. Because I want to be cheap with smoking as well. I am doing my own cigarettes. I'm not rolling them, I don't know what the English term for it is. Right? And it's always annoying to like invoke a lot of them. That's just very annoying. I hate it. Tobacco for rolling? No, I'm not rolling. It's not. The German term translated would be stomping, but I don't think you're stomping it, right? I don't know how it's called in English, the term. Vaping is even worse than that, right? Because look, you even have a whole vaping community. I've never heard about like people that enjoy a good ciggy together, right? The cigarettes club, the cult of cigarette smokers. That doesn't exist, but you have all of those fanatic like vapors. They're like, oh my god, what juice do you have? Oh, you have that juice? Can I try that? Oh, you wow! It's like you have that whole cult of like freaking vapors, plus then you have like that whole process of like, oh yeah, let me replace the coil, and oh wow, I have new juice, let me put new juice in. Like, fuck that. Any juice? No, stop. Stop, you're not allowed to say that. You're in Israel right now. You're not allowed to say that. Jesus. I'm the type of guy that likes it quick and easy. That's why I can't drink coffee. It's just that ritual takes too long. I nowadays consider myself as having so few time that even if I have to poop really badly, I quickly jerk off before I poop, because you need to go to the toilet anyway after jerking off, so I just get it out real quick, so I can then go only once to the toilet, right? Not have to do it twice. No time for rituals. Nice tip, by the way, yeah. It saves me definitely some time. I would consider. Please trinket? You need trinket? Oh, I mean I can't roll it for it anyway. Nope, I'm sorry, I got only... Say, take that boss on the right spot on German accent English? What? Oh my god, Italy, I think you have a stroke today. Ich bin hier um zu denken und nicht um zu lenken. Ja, mei. I think like a drug addict could go a day without injecting. You had access to pills, but he was addicted to needles. Yeah. The process of doing it is a very addictive thing. It is part of the addiction, for sure, for sure. GG's. Thanks for the key. Oh boy, like... Especially as someone like me that always needed something. Needed like something in my hands. Like, I don't know, like playing around with a pencil or something. Rolling a joint back in the days was like always one of the major parts of like being high. Didn't even have to snort anything, just like playing around with the lines and just prepping stuff and, I don't know, forming like images out of it. That was always fun. Like, obviously, I'm German, right? Especially when you had like, instead of like drawing a line, you ended up doing like a swastika. I mean, typical Germans do that, right? That's totally normal. Funny. Okay, let me check if my soup is done. Where's my meat? I need the meat. It's all too veggie. Pumpkin soup with toast croutons and some mozzarella, some caprese next to it. In your pants? Meow. My pennies. Penis? Penis? Croutons. Don't you call it a crouton? Don't you call it a crouton? What you gonna call it? What you gonna call it? The fuck? Corrupt cop. Corrupt cop. Oh my god. Corrupt cop. Go insane.
Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers reasonable suspicion, the knock and talk doctrine, and fighting words, and is brought to us by Rob Huff's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Before we dive into the interaction, I want to give a big thanks to the sponsor of this episode, Surfshark. Surfshark is a premier VPN service that offers the most abnormal features, ID outputs of service, and claim your 2023. Deputy Hudson and another officer with the Sussex County Sheriff's Office pulled over local landowner Robert Huffman as he was driving near property he owns in Sussex County, Virginia. Mr. Huffman began to film the encounter shortly after he was stopped.
Hey, sir, how you doing? I was doing fine. What's the problem?
I got a shooting range or something over there.
My property.
That's your property?
Yeah.
Okay, so people currently shooting over there now?
What's going on?
So we get a call of shots fired in the area. Listen, anytime shots fired in the area, you got the ID on you, sir?
I haven't committed a crime.
Right now, there's an investigation going on, sir, for
Watch
shots
yourself,
fired in
please.
the area, and I need to know who I made contact with. What's your name, sir?
My name's Rob. It's a pleasure to
Rob,
meet you, Hudson.
okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we got a call of shots fired in the area. Do you own? You say you own that land up there?
Yes, sir.
You live up there or just land?
Just land.
Anytime shots fired in the area, we got to come. If it's hunting, hunting time, we get a lot of calls. So
Okay.
we have to investigate because we don't know what's going on. So that's what I'm.
Well, now I think it's okay. If that's true, what shots called, it's okay. I think it's fair. He's still respectable at this point.
Investigating. So again, you got your ID on you.
No, it's not
So
illegal.
I gotta make
I didn't break any laws.
Yeah. So we got to call a red truck that shots fired in the area. So do
What
you have
crime?
shots fired in the area?
That's a crime?
Yes,
In
sir.
the county?
Ran the roadway and the houses in the area.
Oh,
yes,
no,
sir.
no, it was never any.
Okay, I don't know that yet. I
that's
haven't
not
went
true.
back. The only thing I got is a red truck.
I'm just gonna exercise my Fifth Amendment right at this point.
Okay, that's fine. I need your ID though, sir.
I'm not gonna ID myself. I haven't broken the law.
Step out the vehicle for me, sir.
I don't consent to any searches or seizures.
I'm not searching vehicle. Right now, you must identify yourself, sir, because I have made contact and there's an ongoing.
Why is it always the same case? Police officer wants ID. People don't need to give the ID. Police officer goes crazy. It's always the same.
Investigation.
Oh, I'm exercising my Fifth Amendment right.
You're refusing to identify yourself to me.
Germany also banned. Just quickly, a side topic. Germany also banned menthol cigarettes as well because it would make children rather addicted because it doesn't taste bad.
You haven't articulated a crime.
That land belongs to you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any backstops behind any shooting that's going on back there?
I'm not going to answer any questions.
Okay, that's fine. Give me 1 second.
Can I see your supervisor?
He is a supervisor, sir.
I allow people to hunt on that property as well. So when they're hunting, is that a crime?
How much land you got?
I'm not going to answer any questions.
I'm just going to
Because I have a Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You want to assert your rights. I have no problem with
I'm
that.
being illegally detained at this point. I have no obligation to assist you in your investigation.
Look, he is right. The officers, again, about IDing are wrong. But everything is respectful from the cops at this point. And the only guy who's at this point a douche is the guy who's filming right now. At least cooperate with them a little bit faster. Just stop pissing them on their feet. You just cooperate really quick. Don't need to show ID. Just talk to them. Just talk to them real quick.
I just want to know what your issue is. Why you don't want to talk to us? That's
I don't
my
like
question.
police. I'm sorry. I think you guys are tyrants.
Okay. Well, technically we have enough to stop you for the incident that we're investigating. And technically, if you want to get into the aspects of the law, you're just driving down the road. We have a right to see your driver's license registration. There's Supreme Court case law on that.
Yeah, if I violated the law.
Okay.
What's the law? RAS, reasonable articulable suspicion. If you can articulate to me reasonable articulable suspicion, I will be happy to ID myself.
If you want to play the reasonable person standard, we'll play that. I don't have to have a crime to stop you. I don't have to have a crime to ID you. I don't have to have a crime to talk to you.
You do. This is the thing. This is the thing. You do. He does.
You have to have a crime. If I've done something wrong, I will ID myself. You tell me what I've done wrong, and I will ID myself.
Show me where in a law book anywhere that reasonable suspicion equals a crime.
The officers argue that they have reasonable suspicion to detain Mr. Huffman because they received a call that a red truck was seen in an area where shots had been fired, and that they do not, quote-unquote, need a crime in order to have reasonable suspicion. As we've discussed before on ATA, in order to detain an individual, an officer must have reasonable, articulable suspicion that they have been, are, or are about to be engaged in criminal act.
How do I know freaking US law better than cops in the US? They should start watching some YouTube videos, because they don't learn anything. It's wild.
However, this does not necessarily mean that an individual must have actually broken the law or committed a crime in order for an officer to detain them. As the Supreme Court recognized in the 2000 case of Illinois versus Wardlow, a detention may be justified even if an individual's conduct is lawful, ambiguous, and susceptible of an innocent explanation if it also is suggestive of potential criminal activity, and that the infamous Terry case recognized that officers can detain individuals to resolve such ambiguities, arguing that, quote, in allowing such detentions, Terry accepts the risk that officers may stop innocent people.
Who the fuck is Terry? I know what that means, but who the fuck is that guy? He caused so much harm.
Therefore, a report of shots fired could serve as a basis of reasonable suspicion, even though some discharges of firearms may be legal, as shots fired could be potentially indicative of criminal activity. Nonetheless, in this situation, it is questionable whether a report that a truck was seen in an area where shots were heard would be sufficient to give the officers reasonable suspicion to pull over Mr. Huffman and detain him. In the 2011 case of U.S. versus Massenburg, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over Virginia, held that an anonymous tip that shots had been fired in a high crime area in which random gunfire was typical was insufficient to support a Terry stop when the tip contained no physical description of the perpetrators, and the only link between the tip and the detained group of citizens was their rough proximity to the alleged site of the gunfire. Now, on the other hand, in the 2010 case of U.S. versus Monroe, the Fourth Circuit concluded that an officer was justified in initiating a traffic stop based on the similar broadcasted description of a vehicle that was suspected as being involved in a nearby robbery that had occurred a few minutes earlier. Additionally, in the 2021 case of McCormick versus Kershaw County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. District Court for the District of South Carolina noted that although at least one other circuit had determined that the fact that a vehicle matched the general make and color description of a vehicle involved in nearby criminal activity was insufficient to establish reasonable suspicion, there was no controlling authority in the Fourth Circuit that clearly established such a rule. In this situation, the officers had a description of Mr. Huffman's vehicle, but it was only reported as being in the vicinity of where the shots fired were heard, which in a rural neighborhood where hunting is common is not particularly strong evidence supporting a reasonable suspicion that its driver was involved in criminal activity. Without more information about the nature of the tip, such as if it was anonymous, it is challenging to predict whether a court would determine that the officers had reasonable suspicion to stop Mr. Huffman. But Mr. Huffman would certainly have an argument that the stop was not constitutional.
Is this Terry v. Ohio? Is this a Terry stop?
No, I don't think it's a Terry stop.
There you go.
Okay.
Am I free to leave?
You can't shoot within a certain feet of the homes. So if y'all are in violation of that, you will be charged. Okay?
But there's still no crime.
Yes, it is a crime. You can't shoot within certain feet of a home, sir.
So how many feet was I in?
You're good to go, sir. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Y'all take care. Stay safe.
After the officers allow Mr. Huffman to leave the traffic stop, they drive onto Mr. Huffman's nearby property, exit the vehicle, and approach his father, Michael Huffman, who was on the property with Mr. Huffman's permission. The exchange that followed was captured on Deputy Hudson's body camera.
How you doing? My name is Deputy Hudson with the Sussex Sheriff Department. Listen, sir. My name is Deputy Hudson with the Sussex Sheriff Department, sir. We got a complaint from the neighbor right here, and right here.
Sorry, pausing for a second. So they were messing with the dude about like, you have to ID yourself, you're a criminal. And at some point they're like, okay, you're free to go. Wow, they surrendered quick. But hey, story continues.
We're out here, we're 200 yards from anything near us, and we're firing into the ground.
You gonna let me talk, or you gonna finish?
I'm gonna finish. You are trespassing. You are not allowed on this property. The gate was closed.
Sir, you got your ID on you?
I don't have to give you ID. Constitution says I don't have to give you an ID unless I have broken a law.
Do y'all own this residence right here, sir?
Yes.
Who owns it?
My son and I own it.
Okay, what's your name?
Again.
I don't know if you trespass or not. What's your name, sir?
My name is.
Your son's on it.
Our family owns it.
Okay, so did he give you permission to come out here? Did he give you permission to be out here?
Yes, he has. God, I have permission. You don't get to my property.
So he gave you permission to be out here, sir?
Yes. Did you or did you not pull him over? Not 5 minutes ago.
So imagine a cop just enters your house and is like, do you own this house? Are you allowed to be here? I think you're trespassing. Like, it's kind of wild that they just go to a random area where someone lives and like, are you allowed to be here? Like, most likely, probably.
He didn't identify himself. I don't know who he is. Did he give you permission to be out here, sir?
I have permission to be on my own property.
Can you call and verify that he gave you permission?
And I've been telling him the same thing.
So who's the owner of the property?
He is.
What's his name?
Off my property.
What's his name, sir?
Get the off my property.
You have your ID on you, sir? So we're trying to figure out who property this belongs because it looks like some abandoned property. Do you have your ID on you, sir?
I don't need an ID.
Sir, I can't leave right now because of the open investigation.
You're trespassing.
Sir, you might want to calm down before you go to jail, sir. You might want to calm down. Well, if he owns it, he needs to come back and show his ID. Okay, that's fine.
Get the hell off my property.
Sir, turn around, put your hands behind your back. Turn around, put your hands behind your back for destruction and not cooperating with law enforcement.
When the elder Mr. Huffman refuses to identify himself and tells the officers to get off the property.
Hey, usually I would not be the one saying ACAB, but damn, fuck this cop. Damn. I'm bringing the Ben Shapiro defense right now. This cop has to play power with people because he can't even fuck his wife correct.
Deputy Hudson places him under arrest for, and I'm quoting, obstruction and not cooperating with law enforcement. Virginia does not have a stop and identify statute that requires individuals who are not driving a vehicle to identify themselves to officers during Terry stops, and failing to identify does not violate Virginia's obstruction statute, which is found in section 18.2-460 of the Virginia Code. Although the statute states that, quote, if any person without just cause knowingly obstructs any law enforcement officer in the performance of his duties, he is guilty of a Class 1 misdemeanor, Virginia courts have construed the term obstructs more narrowly than some other states have. As the Court of Appeals of Virginia explained in the 1998 case of Ruckman versus Commonwealth, quote, to constitute an obstruction of an officer in the performance of his duty, it is not necessary that there be an actual or technical assault upon the officer, but there must be acts clearly
the cop is entering someone else's property
the officer
as if the person is allowed to be here,
ordinarily implies opposition
and then goes ahead and arrests the guy.
It means to obstruct the officer himself, not merely to oppose or impede the process with which the officer is armed. Further, the court also noted that, now quoting again, there is a broad distinction between avoidance and resistance or opposition, and that, quote, obstruction of justice does not occur when a person fails to cooperate fully with an officer, impotent by himself.
Are you ready to talk yet?
About what?
The property. This is the thing.
Like I said, my son's wife was raised in that trailer
and
right there all of her life. So I tried to explain it to him.
But did you give me your ID? We had to basically go through this whole process. So check this out. Somebody comes out here and shoot on your property, right? I come out here, I say, hey, why are you shooting out here? This is my property. I let them go. You call the police and say, hey, somebody was shooting out there. Guess what? I don't have their ID. I don't have the information, so now I'm not able to identify that it was on your property.
Whatever happened to you not trespassing on the property?
We got a call and we have to follow through. So that gives us our suit to arrive on the property.
So you can cross gates and you can go...
Yes, sir, and investigation. Yes, sir.
I did not know that.
Deputy Hudson claims that the officers were permitted to open the gate
That's
to enter
wrong.
Mr. Huffman's property because they were engaged in an investigation. The Fourth Amendment prohibits officers from conducting unreasonable searches of private property. However, while officers are not always within their authority to open gates, there are a variety of situations where courts have determined that officers did not violate the Fourth Amendment by opening a gate and entering private property without a warrant. For instance, in the 1984 case of Oliver versus United States, the Supreme Court concluded that narcotics agents did not violate the Fourth Amendment or even conduct a Fourth Amendment search when they walked around a locked gate with a no trespassing sign to enter a quote-unquote open field, arguing that, now quoting, because fences or no trespassing signs do not effectively bar the public from viewing open fields, the asserted expectation of privacy in open fields is not one that society...
Yeah, but there's a difference between watching it from the outside versus going inside.
recognizes as reasonable. The court also determined that whether or not the officer's actions would be considered trespassing was not dispositive in the analysis because, now quoting, the law of trespass forbids intrusions upon land that the Fourth Amendment would not prescribe. For trespass law extends to instances where the exercise of the right to exclude vindicates no legitimate privacy interest. On the other hand, as the Supreme Court explained in the 1987 case of United States versus Dunn, the Fourth Amendment does protect so-called curtilage, which is the area immediately surrounding the home. In the Dunn case, the court identified 4 factors that courts should use to decide whether property is part of the curtilage of a home or an open field. Now quoting, the proximity of the area to the home, whether the area is within an enclosure surrounding the home, the nature and uses to which the area is put, and the steps taken by the resident to protect the area from observation by passers-by. In this situation, it seems more likely that a court would find that the driveway was curtilage rather than an open field, given the fact that it was enclosed with a gate and appeared to be fairly close to the home structure, although additional facts could alter this analysis. However, even if a court concluded that the officers entered onto curtilage, it could still determine that they did not violate the Fourth Amendment under the so-called knock and talk doctrine, which permits officers to enter the curtilage of a home to knock on an individual's door or attempt to speak with a resident without a warrant. As the Supreme Court explained in the 20 as an life for a district of C.
You the owner of this property?
I'm not answering any questions.
Okay, sir. Well, I don't know if you're the owner of the property. Please step back away from me, sir. Are you the owner of this property?
You're the only one.
Are you the owner of this property,
I'm
sir?
not answering any of your
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, so you're gonna arrest my father?
Do you have your ID on you, sir?
I'm not answering any
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask you to leave, sir, if you're not the owner of this property.
Okay, I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, then do you have your ID so I can identify that you're the owner of the property?
No. How's you gonna kick me off my property?
Because you're not identifying yourself that you're the owner of this property. That's fine, sir.
I don't have
So I'm gonna ask
to.
you to get in your truck and leave, sir.
No, I'm asking you to leave.
Are
I'm not
you the
answering any
owner of the
questions. I wanna see
property?
your
So at this time, sir, if you're not willing to identify yourself, I'm gonna ask you to leave, sir. Okay, turn around, put your hands behind your back, sir. Thank you.
I want to see your supervisor.
Right now, you're being detained, sir, so
For
we can identify
trespassing?
you, sir. No, I'm
For
not. No,
trespassing?
sir.
So
Why
how
we got
about-
him?
Are you?
Do you have any weapons on
what's
you?
the- Yes, I do.
What
I
you
have
have?
a 9mm Glock on my right side.
Okay. I'm going to
Why
is
don't
it one
you
in the
not
head?
muzzle flash
Is it one in the head?
Eric, come here and videotape these guys.
Stand right here, sir, and stop.
Lean against the car for me, please.
Stand right here, sir.
Stand right there.
He has his phone in his hand, not the gun.
Stand right here, sir.
don't know how to use
Stand right here, sir, and calm down.
Oh my
Calm
God.
down. You're moving back, sir. You're not being compliant.
Jesus. I think the guy is a WoW player, right? Everyone is calm, and he is the one screaming, "Calm down!" right? He is the one who is not calm. He's a WoW player for sure. Like he projecting hard. Sir, calm down! Calm down! The guy having an anxiety attack right now.
Okay. You fucking pointed that gun at me.
Sir, stop cursing me
It's
before you
low-
receive a charge.
I have the freedom of speech.
No, you
okay?
don't.
I don't have the freedom of speech on my property. Video record this, Alec, Jared.
You got anything on you that's gonna poke me, stick me, or hurt me, sir?
Yeah, I got these nuts in your mouth.
Ah.
You at me, you dumb. These nuts in your mouth, fat boy. Y'all's, I'm gonna get y'all's numbers too.
Yeah.
Is it your property?
Yes.
You got anything to prove it is your property?
My wife sent me the deed on my phone that you confiscated without a warrant.
No, I don't.
Oh, you think it's funny? You see, you guys are lowlifes, man, and you're proud of yourself. Didn't you swear an oath to the Constitution?
All right, so you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say will can be used against you.
So, Mr. Huffman, if we could just
He's reading him the Miranda rights. For nothing.
And if you can
The worst thing about this is, we all know that cops are douchebags right now, but nothing against them will happen, right? They will not be fired. They will not get any punishment for that. Right? That is the worst thing. There's no happy ending. I'm already spoiling you. There's no happy
That
ending.
easily by showing us the deed on your phone. That would greatly help our situation out. So do you have that?
Yeah, I have it on your phone. The one that you took from me, Hudson.
Investigative detention, and we'll do what we have to do. Okay? All we're looking for is a little compliance. That's all,
You don't
please,
get
sir.
any compliance.
Do you have the deed and
I'll
you
show
willing to
you
show us
the
the
fucking deed, Hudson, you low-life piece of shit.
This time, sir, you're gonna be charged.
You're gonna charge me with trespassing on my own property?
No, I'm charging you for your verbal abuse.
Oh,
and your
that's the
profane
First
language.
Amendment.
Oh, wow. And we're back to the word abuse. Didn't we talk about this yesterday? Stop throwing that word abuse around.
To the Constitution. I'm on my property. The first. Are you aware? Are you familiar
Sir,
with
let's
the First Amendment?
listen, sir. Let's cut
You
it
don't know
short.
the
There's
First
nothing else to say,
Amendment?
sir. Turn around right here,
That's
sir,
the
and just wait till a supervisor
That's
gets
the
here.
First Amendment. It's
Didn't he? Wait, he's waiting for the supervisor. Didn't they both say that this guy is the supervisor? Kinda sus.
freedom of speech.
Sir,
I can say anything
you
I
have-
want.
you're right,
You
you're
just said
right.
you're arresting
You're
me
right, sir.
for using foul language.
You're right, sir.
When Mr. Huffman directs a profanity at Deputy Hudson, he informs Mr. Huffman that he's going to charge him for his quote-unquote verbal abuse. Section 18.2-416 of the Virginia Code states that, quote, if any person shall, in the presence or hearing of another, curse or abuse such other person, or use any violent abusive language to such person concerning himself or any of his relations, or otherwise use such language under circumstances reasonably calculated to provoke
No way there's a law right now saying that calling someone a piece of shit is verbal abuse. No way. No way in hell. Wow, have we become weak as
a
society?
breach of the peace, he shall be guilty of a Class 3 misdemeanor. However, in the 1973 case of Mercer versus Winston, in order to ensure that prosecutions under this statute did not violate the U.S. Constitution, the Supreme Court of Virginia limited its application to so-called fighting words, or, now quoting, words that have a direct tendency to cause acts of violence by the person to whom individually the remark is addressed, as this category of speech is not considered to be protected
Hi,
by
why
the
did that
First
team?
Amendment. For this reason, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals concluded in the 2021 case of U.S. versus Bartow that an individual could not be convicted of violating this statute for using a racial slur when the government did not prove that the individuals to which the slur was directed actually responded violently, or that a reasonable person in their positions would have done so, despite acknowledging that, quote, the ugly racial epithet used undoubtedly constituted extremely abusive language. Additionally, it is important to note that Mr. Huffman's allegedly abusive language was directed at a law enforcement officer. And as we have discussed before here on ATA, the Supreme Court explained in the 1987 case of Houston versus Hill that, quote, the First Amendment protects a significant amount of verbal criticism and challenge directed at police officers, and that it is, now quoting again, protected against censorship or punishment, unless shown likely to produce a clear and present danger of a serious substantive evil that rises far above public inconvenience, annoyance, or unrest.
Calling someone a low-life piece of shit is, in my opinion, neither racist nor abuse.
In the Hill case, the court also favorably cited Justice Powell's concurring opinion in the 1974 case of Lewis versus City of New Orleans, where he, now quoting, suggested that even the fighting words exception might require a narrower application in cases involving words addressed to a police officer, because a properly trained officer may reasonably be expected to exercise a higher degree of restraint than the average citizen, and thus be less likely to respond belligerently to fighting words. Applying these principles, the Court of Appeals of Virginia held in the 2000 case of Martilla versus City of Lynchburg that an individual could not be convicted for using abusive language.
Holding that to refer to officers as fucking pigs and fucking jokes during arrest does not constitute breach of peace.
Language against police officers when he directed derogatory and profanity-ridden insults at them, concluding that the evidence was insufficient to prove that these statements, now
Wait, what? Wait, sorry, he's not reading it, but you gotta read that. For a 1971 conviction under abusive language statute where a protester involved in racial disturbance that, quote-unquote, approached near riot proportions, unquote, waved his hands and uttered multiple racial epithets at police officers, including, you white son of a bitch, you honky pig, you white motherfucker, white bastard, and pig. For these reasons, we hold a matter of law that the evidence was insufficient to prove appellant statements had a direct tendency to provoke an immediate breach of peace.
Quoting, had a direct tendency to provoke an immediate breach of the peace by reasonably trained police officers in the position of the officers to whom the remarks were addressed. In support of its decision, the court argued that, quote, this is precisely the type of verbal criticism of police officers that is protected against censorship or punishment.
Okay. You as WoW players do not take an example. Do not call someone a fucking pig and fucking bastard and say, oh yeah, in that lawsuit from 1971 in the USA, this was considered a type of quote-unquote verbal criticism. Guys, calling someone a pig is not criticism. I don't know. Like, this applies maybe in that case, because they're using legal terms, but not as we would consider criticism. Don't call someone a pig and think it's criticism.
By the First Amendment, because it is not, under the circumstances established by the record, likely to produce a clear and present danger of a serious substantive evil that rises far above public inconvenience, annoyance, or unrest. Accordingly, it is highly probable that a court would conclude that Mr. Huffman could not be convicted of a violation of abusive language for his speech, as a well-trained police officer would not be incited to violence by his use of profanity or his insults, and Deputy Hudson did not appear to be actually physically provoked by his language.
Robbie,
Oh, you
shut
both.
up. He's just jumping at straws to have some way to be a big man.
Yes, sir. Okay. Where's the name, man? All right, we're gonna finish this up and they'll be on their way. She showed us the deed. Get this paperwork. No, I'm not. I'm gotta
You're gonna violate his rights
stroke,
even further?
stroke this stuff.
Cool.
I'm
Make
charging
that
him though.
Okay.
Why are you charging him?
All right, so this is what we can do, sir. I can stroke you a summons and let you go, or you continue to talk. I can take you to the jail and take you in front of magistrate.
I just want to know, I want you to write on that sentence what law I have broke. Because I have not broken any law.
After determining that Mr. Huffman was the lawful owner of the property, Deputy Hudson issued citations to both Huffmans for using abusive language in violation of Section 18.2-416 of the Virginia Code. As of the date of writing this episode, both charges are still pending. It is unclear whether the Huffmans have filed a complaint or intend to pursue legal action for any violations that occurred during this encounter. Overall, Deputy Hudson and the other Sussex County officer get an F for maintaining a hostile and confrontational demeanor throughout the encounter.
The other ones I get a B minus. A minus, okay. I mean, surely just because you don't like cops, you don't need to like just like mess with them, right? You don't need to necessarily mess with them though. Right, I don't think like you're acting really nicely. It's okay if to not show them your ID if you don't have to, but you still can at least like try to cooperate a little bit. Like when someone's like, "Okay, what is your name, sir?" At least I can approach you with your name. You're like, "No, I don't answer question." It's like a little bit too far. Like, I'm so sorry that you don't have 18k viewers. You are better than this guy. His streams are so fucking bad, it tilts me. My grandma would make better content? What? Oh, you're talking about Gronk. Ach, herrje, Annie. Herrje, Annie. Jesus Christ. You know why you don't like Gronk? Tell me. And this is the question I asked. Do you know why you don't like Gronk? There's one big answer to this. An easy answer. The answer is, you don't need to answer, it's a rhetorical question. The answer is because you're not 50 years old and play Minecraft. You are not playing Minecraft now 50 years old. Gronk is a streamer, a content creator for old people, not for young people. Right? While most Minecrafters and Let's Players are very young, cater to a young audience, he has a very matured audience of like very old people, 50 plus. But you know what, Annie, there's also, and I promise you, there will never be a case. Yes, Alessio, by the way. Yeah, we are gonna queue for halts. There will never be a time I get to that amount of viewers. I get never. Yeah, you know why? I'm too based. Gronk is not talking with his community about transgender rights as we did today. Right? He's not doing that. I'm too based. I have too many base takes. I am not brand friendly at all. Also, let's be honest, Gronk is already doing this for like 15 years. Like, the man deserves all the success that he has. He's been grinding since like decades, while I was still playing with Lego. Let's Play Pioneer? Yeah, that's true. He invented that shit. Kinda-ish. Gronk said like when you tried moving a heavy furniture but you only move it a few millimeters. Gronk, shit so heavy. Kapow, bam. Works consume med? No. No. Our healer has the benefits of doing it absolutely on his own. Triple Demon Hunter is also a funny constellation. No, for everyone who doesn't know, Gronk is the biggest, oldest Let's Player in Germany. He has kind of invented Let's Play in Germany. Fine. I don't know him. Yeah, I mean, he's been doing this for like almost 20 years, right? Like, Let's Play is not a thing anymore nowadays, right? Not anymore, it's like back in the days, but that's Gronk. He has been like kinda inventing that shit. Let's see, the monk is standing behind me. But no, look. Respect the people that are on the grind. People are grinding hard, especially Gronk. That's why I could never become really successful, but I'm not grinding like they do. Also, I will never be able to associate myself or collab with any other streamer or content creator. That would never happen. Right? I'm just like, the way I am is not appropriate for this type of format. Also, I'm ugly as fuck, right? And you need to be a little bit good looking to become successful, right? We established that already. You gotta be good looking. So, hair transplant donation goal is ready to go. You guys are doing it. Hair transplant doesn't have anymore. No, I need more than a hair transplant, but we need to start somewhere, right? Somewhere we need to start. I feel like he's streaming only for money because he liked... Back in the days he streamed because he liked video games. No, I don't. I would absolutely disagree with that though, because I do think that Gronk is a multi-millionaire. I don't think like he streams for money. Like, absolutely not. I always was a big hater against people that just stream for money. The time when Twitch reduced sub prices, but they paid content creators for 1 year the missing amount of money, that 1 year of extra cash back from Twitch ended. And all streamers started a subathon. Every streamer did a fucking subathon. Like, coincident? No, right? That is not a coincidence. Surely we don't know the real reason, but I mean, wouldn't you agree that suddenly, in that time, on the 1st of that month, where Twitch is not paying people extra anymore, everyone is doing a subathon? Wouldn't you like agree on that this is also straight up for money? I would say so. Hi Elvistra. Again, no evidence, but I would highly assume. And then you go further with other streamer examples, like Crowton, for example. Crowton is always a good example for me, right? Because I will never forget how... This is a thing that he said, like he never said that. I remember how me and Crowton were talking in private about streaming and the streaming stuff in general. And then he was telling me the story that a lot of his community went over to Dras the Pally. But at least like they would not be donating him enough. And that much as they did for him. And he would value streamers more by the amount of money they're donating to him than by how cool or how big the community is. Right? Then you had the man like literally having a freaking like mental breakdown on my stream about that, right? Anyways, he ended up literally quitting his Twitch stream because he was doing donate-a-tons every single day. And at the end of the donate-a-ton, where the stream goes longer the more you donate to him, he was like, yeah, it was a good time, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna see you again. Every time he was crying about, oh my god, I don't know if we're gonna see you again. And we had a good time, like always like, I'm a doomie, right? I'm a fucking doomie. I've been talking about it today already, how bad my stream is and how my stream is dying, but at least I promised you in the second part that, hey guys, I'm gonna be here nonetheless, right? It's just a hobby. I'm just here for the hobby. The man's like, oh my god. I don't know if I can stream anymore. It's like, you guys are not donating enough money. Like gaslighting into, you guys are the reason, right? That's wild. That's fucking wild. And obviously, this depends on the person themselves to decide. Everyone donates to whoever you want to donate, but I would not be a fan of that type of content. Getting gaslit all the time about like, why am I so broke so I cannot compensate someone playing World of Warcraft the whole day. I do not think that Gronk is streaming for money. He's a multi-millionaire. I do not think that times have changed and people are more cynical. Even I am way more cynical nowadays. Hello, what happened? Oh, nothing. We're just having a talk. We're just having a talk, my man. Silaf, how are you doing? Guys, don't stand in front of the mobs. I have a mark on my head. Please do not stand in front of the mobs. I have not moved since I pulled the mobs. Surely our healer is like not capable, but... I mean... Arkley would not worry about it, right? He's like, oh yeah, monk healer. Do you know, no way for you, sir. He has half of Gronk's viewers, makes 50k a month and has all donations turned off. What an honorable guy. I think it's fair. I think it's fine. But you also got to remember that people like XQC could never turn off donations or subs. They could never, right? Because XQC has wagered more than 2.1 billion US dollar on stake.com in gambling, right? That's the money that he made and spent and made and spent. The money that he wagered, that money that goes around, comes around, right? He's not 2 billion big, but he wagered that amount of money. Like, he could never stop, he could never continue doing that type of gambling if people wouldn't like sub to XQC. You gotta support XQC with donations and subs. Otherwise, how could you finance his gambling addiction? Right? Potentially, like, all of his money that he made on the kick deal is already gone, right? Like, he has been recently saying on Twitter that Dylan Dennis started to trolling in the fight between Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis. And that's why he lost almost 1 million in sports betting. So he already lost in just that one moment, that one incident, already 1% the money he made on, like, by the kick deal. He could never continue doing that if you would stop donating to him. I'm obviously very sarcastic right now, right? Even though my voice doesn't seem to make it clear, right? Obviously, I'm very sarcastic. Dude, Alessio, could you? Alessio, could you please? I know that you, from your guts, hate playing mechanics, but could you please just move away with the debuff? The fuck? Like, you're worse than Verplaxo. Learn resistance like crazy. No, he's not. Okay, fuck you. I'm just gonna stand here. What a bullshit. What a fucking bullshit. Like, as learn resistant as Verplaxo. Know him for so long, never become any better than that. Never. That's fucking annoying. No way for you says that those online casinos offer you fake accounts for gambling content. That might be. I'm not sure if XQC does gamble off stream too, right? The thing about XQC is that he actually gambles off stream. He wastes money, quote unquote, on gambling even off stream. There's no promotional incentive anymore to do it. He's just liking it a lot. Yeah, but again, like, the only reason why he is so rich is because people make him rich. That's what I mean about, like, just because someone is a multi-millionaire doesn't necessarily mean they will turn off their donations and subs on stream. Because they could never be rich anymore if they would not gain money anymore. Right? Like, No Way For You, for example. I don't know this guy, but maybe he is, for example, just a very simple guy who is not spending too much money. Doesn't have to have 8 different mansions. And he's probably fine with for the rest of his life. XQC, if he would stop making money right now, he would be broke as fuck in 1 year. That's the reality. Because he's way too addicted to gambling, loses his house, his car, all to HDMI adapter. It's, he could not sustain that. What I learned a lot is that many people do donate their way in. As a WoW streamer, I have learned that many people do donate their way into stuff. They're donating their way into keys. Because it works for many, many streamers. Especially the WoW streamers in my size, for example. Right? So many people that I met that are actually donating like crazy and gifting subs like crazy just to buy their way into keys. I have been always very strict against that. Look at Existence, for example. Existence is a tier 3 subscriber. And we had one dispute and I immediately like kicked his ass. Right. The only time you could buy me is if you invite me to Dubai to get pooped on. I'm still not over that. That's the only time you could actually buy me. Otherwise... Dodo, for example, he has now reached 1,000 gifted subs in my channel. 1,000. I'm not a millionaire though. Just saying, I'm not a millionaire. But he gifted already 1,000 subs. And if he ever comes back to WoW, we're all gonna help him. Because everyone is gonna help him because he's such an OG in this chat. That used to play WoW. But he could not buy himself like into keys. Crowdon is a good another example. If you donate a lot to him, you're gonna end up having all the privileges. Like, he's gonna bring you more than anyone else. I am not a fan of that. Again, it's just because he has one donator. That lady was recently posting an image of her private jet. And then you have all the other middle-class workers that could not afford that. It's sad that you just get so many more benefits just because of nepotism. It's kind of sad. When we talked about the transgender conversation, the liberals versus conservatives today, the video that we watched, the end conclusion that I had also applies to that money topic. It shall not matter to me what you do. Whatever gender you have, whatever color of your skin is, whatever sexuality you have, and whatever your political beliefs are, whatever your wallet is saying, it shall not matter to me. If you fuck up in my Zarkaref runs, I gonna kick you out. I don't care if you're black, white, purple, yellow, orange. It doesn't matter to me if you are a man, woman, transgender, non-binary, or anything else. It doesn't matter if you're gay, bi, pansexual, demisexual, or whatever. It doesn't matter to me if you are an oil prince or a fucking broke teacher in the USA. If you fuck up in my Zakharov run, I gonna boot the fuck you out. Easy as that. Right? I do not give a fuck. Food Insider is a cool YouTube channel that shows, for example, that have a series called Big Batches, where they show like companies or events where they prepare food in big batches and how they do it for like events or something. And like in other cultures, like in India, for example, they have a temple and they have like once a week they have a large feast for everyone. Once a year. They have a large feast for everyone. And the cool thing about this is everyone is getting treated equally. The king and the slaves. That's the idea behind it. The king and the slaves all get treated equally. Everyone sits on the floor, eats their thing, everyone has the same meal. Everyone is equal in the eyes of God. I'm not God, I'm not even religious at all, but I like to see that, yeah, we are actually all the same. We are all just flesh and blood, right? Jeff Bezos is not a better human than I am, right? And when you see Elon Musk playing freaking Diablo 4 on stream, then you get that sense a little bit of like, yeah, even though he's the richest man in the world, he is just like us. Twitch CEO is such a great example. The new Twitch CEO is so great. The old CEO that we had, this person didn't like, it seemed always like this person doesn't even know what Twitch is. That's how it always seemed, that he doesn't even know that he owns that platform, because he never talked about it, he never did anything about it. The new Twitch CEO, he's not a CEO in a suit that gets like driven from one place to another in a fucking limousine. People were making fun about him, Dexerto were making fun about him when in TwitchCon Paris there was a take about there was a Twitch clip, for example, about like two French guys fighting. And Ela, please. And he was just like walking there, right? He is walking around the streets like a bum. Like a literally homeless guy. Like everyone else. He is not hidden behind security because he's worth millions due to the fact that he's the CEO of Twitch. He's running around like a bum. Dan is also streaming a lot. He streams himself. The old CEO didn't even know what Twitch is. Dan is actually connecting and collaborating with other streamers. He streams himself in his fucking van. Like, instead of like being in an office, having meetings, Dan was driving around in a van across the US, having some music tour, because he wanted to go on concerts. And in the meantime, whenever he had time, he was streaming in his fucking van and attended Zoom meetings that he had to do as a Twitch CEO. One of us. That's great. We are all equal. We are all just flesh and blood. Oh man, this... I mean, it's cool that this topic is distracting me a lot, but damn, this healer bad, dude. 2.3k score, can't even heal the group. What the fuck, dude? There's no slide on side, that's nice. Oh, they're actually healing, right? steal, yo. Oh, I interrupted the wrong one. And I procced again. At least like I was able to get my cooldown back. But you're not allowed to say anything. If you would now ask something like, hey, Monk, is your gear broken? He would leave instantly, right? What scores at healer? 2,300. $2.3k is nothing. 2.3k is the score that you have when you're familiar with 17s. So we're not putting him into a situation that he's not aware of. Right? Quickly going to Stormfade. Mistweaver. What is the latest trend in talent tree? This one. That looks a little different. Why is he Ring of Peacing this? What the fuck? I don't understood that Ring of Peace though. Okay. I mean, I feel like... I think he's playing the wrong talent tree, isn't he? At least in comparison to what other people do, but I'm sorry, it's like my fault again. Not check what people's talent trees are. Yeah, Bloodlust is pack, yeah. No, just Bloodlust this pack right here.
I'm not ready yet to let you go.
It's okay. No, this dungeon is very tilting. This dungeon is very tilting. Alessio does not even realize what we're talking about. Our hunter says that we have cooldown on Bloodlust. Alessio screams for Bloodlust. But I mean, no wonder. Like we saw in the first boss how he just doesn't care. Like that's freaking annoying. Learn resistance is what I call it, right? Learn resistance. I know someone for 3 years and they have not become any better at something that they consistently do wrong. Let's learn resistance. I mean, yeah, of course, in the beginning, we did a plus 20 and you wiped once, it was over. Plus 20 was then the high key. Of course. I mean, the same with a plus 30 now, right? Wipe once, you go. There was at least an incentive in the beginning of the season to finish at 20 anyway for weekly. 30s and everything are higher than a 20 in itself don't have an incentive anymore, except for score. Oh my god, what was that? Was that the song? What was that? What is... Like, who the fuck pulled that mob? I don't know who pulled. Was that the song? Get the song back. Oh yeah, true. Yep, gonna be fixing the Discord stuff also tomorrow. Ugly, did you pull? Why you said sorry? Oh, healer cannot keep us alive, dude. Do that. Very tilting dungeon though. Music for the people come together. be wiped from Zark LFR. No, don't delete your Demon Hunter instantly, but this dungeon was definitely showing me that I had enough for the rest of the week. Like the fact that, again, the fact that Alessio just stands there on the first boss 3-4 times with the debuff, just doesn't care, doesn't move out, and just explode under the boss is, I don't know. I know him for so long, he often doesn't want to play mechanics, but like, kinda wild. I need to stop caring for people that don't care. Right. That's how I see it. I need to stop caring for people that don't care. If someone doesn't care about a dungeon, how they do, I shall not bring them anymore. And I hate Mistweavers. I still hate Mistweavers. Unless Lopez plays it. When Lopez plays the Mistweaver, that's fine. GG's. Wow. What a finale for this week. But I do have definitely enough now. Tilting, it was a very upsetting dungeon. It was a very upsetting dungeon. But hey, in the future, we just don't gonna bring those people anymore, huh? How about that? People don't care, we don't care. Talk too much about that. Omka as well, right? Last House of Infusion